listen, man. Don't bully me.
Listen, Todd. Let's just
And
start
then,
the game.
so yeah. Flick will be joining us shortly, and then Vasu will also be joining us shortly. We're gonna do a super fast recap for Yule. Yule, everybody went down in the basement to do some stuff. You decided to get on stage and cut a rug with some kobolds that were playing some jazzy music. It went really well. Everyone loved it. You performed as long as you want to perform, and everybody thinks that you're super cool. And then the guys are like, "So what are you doing in town? You want to hang out tonight? What would you like to do?"
The boys were trying to get in your pants, Grant.
Wait, what?
Oh my god.
That's what you
I'm trying. I told you I'm trying to level up.
Okay.
I'm not paying attention.
All right. Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done leveling up.
Yeah, you told me to level up, but I literally just got home.
While he's
I'm
doing
sorry.
that,
Sorry that it took him 4 hours to fix my car.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
while he's doing that, Feck, why don't you do inspiration?
Oh, good call. Good
Oh,
call.
we could.
Yeah, I should do that. Well,
I always remember I always vote the day of, so.
pretty wise.
Have I voted? I haven't. I'll do it now.
I mean, it's too late now because Gale and Ace won.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
None of your
I
votes
think-
matter anymore.
I think I have inspiration.
If you already have it, you can choose to give it to somebody else.
Who doesn't have inspiration?
I do not.
Give it to Nomad.
Thank you.
All right, excellent. So you guys had ended your session, reuniting as a big happy family, and then traveling to Joker's warehouse to speak with him briefly, which turned into a not so brief conversation. Nordo and Moat are like really itching to get the fuck out of town, and I believe that's sort of your plan. This is your last chance if you want to do any sort of shopping. I know that somebody mentioned possibly getting a pearl, but then Yule revealed that she has a pearl. So if there's anything that you guys want to buy or do before you leave town, now's your last chance.
Yeah, can we spend the next hour and a half shopping?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we have an hour to kill before Flick and
I was
and
kidding. Don't take me serious.
oh well.
I do
Let's
want to pick
go.
up just a couple of components if I can.
Sure, go for it. What you want?
I need some lead-based ink, I believe, and I need some like gears and like little tinkering supplies.
Okay, gears and tinkering supplies. Joker's willing to sell to you at just fair market value. You can just mark down you have however many gold that you have spent on supplies. He's willing to part with up to 50 gold worth of supplies. Yeah, he says he might be able to part with more later once he kind of like, have established a working relationship. But for now, he's willing to sell 50 gold worth of supplies. Lead-based ink. He does tell you that he's running really low on lead powder, but he has a little bit. He's willing to sell up to 10 gold worth of lead-based ink.
That's exactly how much I need.
Perfect.
Lead-based ink?
I'll buy I guess I'll buy 30 gold's worth of components, so I'll give him 40 gold.
Perfect. Sounds good. And I was supposed to get like a lead powder shipment a couple days ago. It hasn't come through, but when that gets in, I can sell you more.
Thanks. We'll probably never see each other again, but I appreciate it. if we
Okay.
do.
Viola has a bunch of lead powder.
Okay, so wait, how long should I keep this like kobold in my freezer if I find a kobold?
A while. We'll probably contact you
Okay, that works.
just to let you know, just to see if things have kind of settled down in here.
Right. Just not see each other. I get it. Covert. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Anyone else doing any other shopping? Shopping?
How much money did I get from dancing? Because you said errands.
Fuck. Give me a performance check. They are willing to cut you in for a little bit. What do they give you? They give you 2.5 gold.
Hooray.
Also, I'll find it real quick. We divided up the party gold. I think you get like 60 something. Let me find.
Something like 67.
Yeah, I think it was 67. I'll find it. We typed it out in the chat last time.
Is that bakery nearby?
So the one that you stopped at is just kind of around the corner, but there is another one nearly identical leading out of the west exit of Salt Bowl.
Just on the way out, I buy a bunch of road donuts.
All right, so Kay or Yule, as you guys are kind of making your way out of town, Moat does stop at this little shack, this little storefront that has this delicious smelling baked goods just wafting through the air from it. And in addition to the 6 crates that they already have, Moat decides to buy some additional road donut nuts.
I want them now.
They are 25 copper for a serving.
I'll just buy 4 servings.
All right, that's like a gold. Yeah, that's a gold.
It is 67 gold. You'll so write down 67 gold. That's how much you got from splitting up party.
All right. Anything else? Any last minute purchases, supplies before you take off?
Scrolls. I
Uh,
want to see how many scrolls are available in this entire city.
Okay.
Lord.
You definitely saw a few down in Joker's basement. Is there anywhere else that you want to try to look for magical scrolls in this city?
Nah, that's it. Just the scrolls in that basement.
Yeah. Joker makes it very, very clear that you're going to have a hard time finding him here. It's basically just him, and there's a guy up near the north side of town called Mick Eckhart, but he's an asshole. Don't bother with him. He's a jerk. Don't listen to him. He'll overcharge you. He'll eat your children. Do you want to deal with Mick?
Understood. What scrolls does he have?
He's got like a whole bunch of prestidigitation. He's got 2 create destroy waters. He's got a fireball.
None of these. Is create and destroy water a wizard spell? I don't think it is.
Is the raise hand thing not working right now, or is it just me?
It should be.
Did you say he was gonna eat my children?
Yeah, man. Rat folk. Well, I mean, not you, lady. You seem nice, but like, he's one of those. Like, he'll eat your children. Just don't go there. He's a bad man.
Got it.
That is weird. Why is the raise hand?
The raise hand isn't working. They maybe updated it.
It's possible. Let me go restart the API server and we'll see if that does anything. In the meantime, yeah, that's all the scrolls he has on hand. He says that he could scribe something new for you, but it takes some time. It's kind of a limited selection. And also, like I said, I'm running low on lead powder, so I'm kind of saving it for this, until I get a new shipment in.
That's fair. I'm going to leave.
While all this is going down, can I use my primeval awareness to see how many humanoids are within 5 miles?
You sure can. There's something in the ballpark of
Exact numbers, please.
12,394 humanoids within 5 miles of you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Do I count as one of those?
It does include you, yes.
Does it include Nomad?
It does include Nomad. All right, last call before you kick us out of the town. Anything else? Okay.
I'll buy some lead powder from Viola, I guess.
Oh wait, I mean, I got a little bit. Sure. You guys were real helpful to me. Sure. I can't part with all of it. I could sell half of it. I could sell you 10 gold of lead powder.
I will take 10 gold of lead powder, and they put like 10 golden coins.
You might check the mines too, like if you need a bunch of it, but there's plenty around here. It's a mine in town.
I have no mining ability. Or do I? And I think about it. No, not right now. Did we hold her hostage?
We made a deal with her. We didn't hold her hostage, but I guess you did lock the door.
I kind of drift over to Gale and offer Gale the 10 gold worth of powdered lead. Gale.
What?
Nomad comes over and gives you 10 gold worth of powdered lead.
Um, what's this for?
For the inevitable.
I see. Oh, thanks, I guess.
Also, if you have free time, could you think you could fit that armor for me?
The
I
what?
can, I can give it a shot. We've got the wagon, right? So I can probably work on this stuff while we're traveling, as long as somebody else drives.
You do.
Oh.
Actually, when you guys get back to the wagon, you do find that all but one of the kobolds that you guys have been traveling with is gone.
Oh,
One of the kobolds is sitting behind, and he's got this little keg right next to him that's almost as big as he is. It's like, hey, listen, the other guys just wanted to split without saying anything, but you guys were real helpful, and we're probably only alive because of all of you guys. And frankly, I think that what they did was wrong, and I wanted to apologize and also warn you that you should get out of town really quick, because the other two traded your whereabouts for water. So,
Is this
like,
draconic?
yeah, it's in Draconic.
Okay.
Thanks. Does that mean that you're coming with us, or are you also betraying us?
Oh, fuck no. Like, I mean, they're gonna, like, come kill you. Like, why are they looking for you? They're probably trying to kill you. Unless you want me to come with you. I don't know. This place seems kind of terrible, too. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Well, I mean, the fact that you stayed behind to warn us kind of means you're in conflict with the other two. So I think they're going to be pretty pissed.
Well,
So you're probably better off with us.
it's a pretty convincing argument. Yeah, okay, I'll come.
Okay. Can I have that barrel?
Sure. I mean, it's basically your blood money anyway.
Oh, that's the water they sold us for?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's one of the barrels. There's 39 more. I
Oh.
don't know what they're doing with them. Like, they're going to be there all day moving water barrels.
Wow, suckers. Yeah, I'm good to go.
All right.
we were worth 40 barrels of water.
No, just him.
Oh, just him. All right. You were worth 40 barrels of.
It's real flattering.
Are we outside
it
of the
not?
city yet? Or are we still in? We're still outside the city, right?
You guys are heading out of the western gate of the city, yes. If you need anything at the last minute, you can turn around.
Do I see where the tracks? So
Uh,
over here ish.
the tracks for what?
The tracks for those.
Oh,
Plant
for the plants.
creatures.
Okay, so you guys are currently over on the west side of town over here. If you want to wheel around, you definitely could go over here. It's kind
Aren't
of
are we heading east to go to the
It's mostly north, I
ship?
think, but it is like northeast.
mostly north. It's that red dot just to the northeast of Salt Bowl.
But I mean, either gate out of town, and then we just turn to the northeast. So I feel like we could go out the eastern gate and try to follow those tracks for a minute.
I just want to see
Yeah.
which direction they're headed.
I agree.
All right, it's not that long of a trip. It's like half an hour, maybe to wind your way around to the eastern side of Salt Bowl, to take a look at those tracks. Once you get over there, go ahead and give me a survival check.
I'll do it too.
So you're able to follow their tracks for probably a good 200 or 300 feet or so until they approach this path over here. And then it appears that they burrowed directly down into the ground. And you could continue, like, trying to follow them underground, maybe, but they didn't leave, like, a wide berth. They kind of just burrowed like an earthworm. So, like, at that point, even with Nordo's really high survival, like, the trail kind of cuts off there. What you can tell, however, is that their path is a beeline. There's no wandering, there's no searching. It is just a straight line from here until about the time they get to the road, and then they seem to duck underground, and the trail ends there.
Well,
Gotcha.
these things clearly came for us, little orc. They came straight for us after coming out.
I think they more came for Gale.
Still came for somebody.
I'm thinking it might be more of his bounty, you know?
I don't know. Didn't you say that they were seeming to attack Vasu and well, yeah, Gale too, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering, because they said they ran into them before, so I'm wondering if they just noticed that they were together before and figured that, I don't know, that's about it.
I believe you're right, and I think that it's a bit of a dead end to keep looking into this any further. I think we're safer the further away we get from this town.
I reckon you'd be right.
Hey, little orc, are you gonna do that that ritual you like to do again tonight? I wouldn't mind to see it again.
I plan to. It was a little bit more difficult inside the temple.
Understand? You strike me as someone who'd be, like me, a little bit more comfortable out in the wilds than in the city.
Or among our brethren.
Absolutely. Well, it's gonna move on, put some distance behind us.
Sounds good. Also, I apologize, everyone. I'm like a little sick, so like if I get kind of spacey, it's because I'm getting lightheaded.
It's okay.
Makes your
I was literally passing out in class during lunch, and my teacher like woke me up, was like, "You look like death. Go home."
just makes your Nordo voice more convincing.
It does. I was a little
It's
bit
the
sick last week,
congestion.
and my Nordo voice is the best it's ever been.
That gravelly Louisiana texture. Fuck yes. All right.
It's like you've been drinking sand.
So it's a little bit before noon. You guys have spent a little bit of time shopping after you woke up. There's still plenty of time left in the day. You've done effectively like 1 hour of walking or traveling as you've been shopping around and stuff. So you guys have like 7 hours of travel. What's the plan? Are you guys just heading northeast until something happens, or do you have a special mode of transport? How are you guys doing this?
I think we're just pushing forward on the
We got a cart, right?
cart. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, we got the wagon and we got our, X-Beaks and such, just pushing in the direction that Joker marked on our map. Obviously, like, keeping an eye out for danger.
You,
Hey, it
what's up?
works.
Or is that just a test?
No, I've been trying to raise my hand.
Oh,
Maybe
hey.
the luck check you want.
Right, yeah, go ahead and give me 2 luck checks, actually.
Hey,
How do I do
racing hand works now.
Just a flat D20.
Whatever it is you did must have fixed it. Because the hand raising works now.
Ooh, fuck. Alright, and one more. Alright.
You just reset initiative because it was saying that we were in initiative.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair.
Okay. Duly noted. And Yule, as the party, specifically as Moat, stops at that little bakery on the way out of town, you can see that all of the writing on the front of the building has been painted over, kind of blotted over. But it was originally chiseled, which means you can kind of still read it. And as you're kind of looking it over, there's something that feels very familiar to you about the name of this place. You can't quite put your finger on it, but you know you've heard that name before.
So where do I know it from?
I guess give me a history check. Yeah, you feel like you really, really should know where you've heard it from before, but you can't. It's just, it's slipping your mind.
Do I recognize like anything else about the building, or just the name?
The name stands out to you. The fact that they're making delicious sweet food is kind of, you notice that. You make a lot of sweet food yourself.
What did the name used to be?
Blotted out under the paint, you can see that it used to be Little Delicacies.
Is that the store's rap name?
You have to assume so.
Okay. I don't recognize anyone that's working in there, do I?
Nope. It looks like the person running this one is just a tabaxi dude. You've never seen him before. He doesn't look familiar. He looks like he's probably a local.
Okay.
Nomad.
Hmm.
Or were you just testing the race hand?
I was just testing the raise hand thing.
All right. All right.
Hey, little delicacy. Ain't you'll see his last name C.
No.
You didn't say your name is you'll see.
But do I recognize that?
It feels extremely familiar to you, but you can't put your finger on it. There'd be a nat 20 followed by a nat 1.
We'll put your finger on it later when you remember. Probably gonna wake up one day and be like, that was the place.
But
And then she
wasn't
falls
that
back asleep.
a ability?
It is an ability check, yeah.
I am technically a halfling, so
Oh my god, you're right.
guess who has lucky?
Alright, I'm gonna whisper you something.
Also, I'm glad I just read that like literally 1 minute before I rolled it, or else I would have forgot. Because it's like my first nat 1 that I've had.
This whole time, she wasn't rat folk. She was just a halfling that was really furry.
Oh.
This is my first one. You think I'm having trouble moving because I'm old, but it's actually just because I'm in a fursuit and can't move.
That makes the racism toward cats more weird.
How'd you not get heat stroke in the desert then? That's what I'm wondering.
It's always cold
Cool
to
vest.
them.
Alright. Gale.
Mm.
So while we're traveling, if I'm in the back of the cart, can I do? Is that comfortable enough that I can do like tinkering and stuff?
Yeah, for simple projects anyway. If you were working on something really big and dangerous, you'd probably want something a little more stable. But like with level 1 and 2 stones, you can definitely do it.
Okay. I'm not doing any stones, but I do want to cast some things that take some time.
Sure. What you got?
First thing is I kind of leave this up to the party, but so I've got this magic bag and it holds a lot of stuff. But since we have this wagon, I could technically put all of my stuff into the wagon, and then I could use some of the materials from this bag to, that stone that Joker had that like dripped water constantly. If I take the materials from this bag and I put them into this barrel, I can probably do something kind of similar.
That sounds intriguing.
That could be
That way
very
we
useful.
don't have to worry about water and stuff.
That would save us a lot of trouble getting through this arid landscape.
Yeah. We have a source of water as well back at that cave.
Yeah, but that's the other direction.
Okay, just don't like my stuff's really important, so don't let anything happen to it. I'll start emptying my bag of holding.
What all comes out of it?
A bunch of shit. There's just like a bunch of gears, then there's like a bag of ball bearings, a bell,
Anything shiny?
lots of shiny shit. Like, yeah, there's a bell, a bunch of ball bearings, there's a steel mirror, caltrops, a couple candles, a crowbar, a hammer, pittons. At one point, he pulls out a bear trap, a bunch of insect repellent. Yeah, it's just a smattering of bullshit. And then I'm going to take some of the materials out of scraps and be very sad about it. But I will start to tinker on this barrel, and I'm going to turn it into an alchemy jug.
Oh.
Excellent.
Also, I'm going to give you the studded leather. He gives you Ace gives you 2 studded leather armor, and just whenever you have time, if you want to, you and I could probably use these.
Sure, thanks. I'll get to work on it right after this.
Alrighty.
Yeah, and then we can use the alchemy jug to make, acid, poison, beer, honey, mayonnaise, oil,
This is
vinegar,
excellent.
water, salt or fresh water, and wine. So
Oh.
It's pretty amazing.
we should be set on the waterfront, and also on the health front too, because honey is like antibacterial. So if anybody gets sick, we can just like feed them a gallon
Feed
of
them.
honey.
That might actually drown them.
Problem solved either way.
Just like the bullets. I like the way he thinks. Very practical.
Uh, After that, so I think that takes me an hour, and then over the next few minutes, I will also build essentially what looks kind of like a tattoo gun, and I'm going to fill it with the lead-based ink, and I'm going to also build a little clockwork bird.
Ah.
Excellent.
And I'm going to basically write a note using illusory script, which I will send you after this. And I will tell my little bird to go and find a kobold that looks kind of like me with a little bow tie on his chest and give him this letter.
Okay.
If he can't find this kobold in 10 days, to then come back and return to me.
All right. This is essentially a familiar, or what is this contraption?
Yeah. So it's a find familiar, and the note is written with illusory script.
All right. Excellent. Is it just jumbled script, or do you want it to have a fake message instead? And if so, what is that fake message?
The fake message will just be like, my dearest Marvel, how I have missed you, and it'll just go on about some like romantic tryst with him.
Right. So the fake wink wink message.
Yeah.
All right.
The real message is just the same. But like more sordid.
The real message will basically be telling him, hey, it's dangerous out here. There are people looking for us. I found some nice people that I'm traveling with. We're heading to this location. If you can meet us there, great. If not, give my little bird a message and he'll bring it back to me.
All right. 10 days. It grabs this script. It kind of flies up into the air, And you see that with almost machine-like precision, it begins doing this spiral pattern that starts remarkably tight, like unnecessarily tight, but it begins to slowly unwind, spacing out maybe 40 to 50 feet between each pass until eventually it is just doing this slowly expanding, spiraling search, keeping an eye out for a kobold that matches that description, and will presumably continue to do so for about 10 days.
Perfect. And final thing is that I will fix some of that studded leather armor so that Ace can wear it.
Sure. That just needs like manual repairs, right? Like that you're not turning that magical or anything.
He just needs to make it so it's fitted to me, 'cause it's made for a medium-sized creature.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Basically just sizing it down.
Yeah. If you have any sort of like relevant tools, leather workers or smiths would probably be applicable, or tailors, any of those three would work.
I have leather workers and smith's tools.
Cool. Yeah, either one of those is fine. Yep, easy enough to do. It's a little bumpy, you're a little light on supplies, but like it's a good job. You can get it like cleaned up, cover up some of the seams better when you're in kind of a safer environment. But it fits, it's snug, it protects you very well. It's well done.
I'm assuming it gets done before we get to our location, so I can put it on.
Yeah, so all of that stuff all put together only took about maybe 2.5 hours. You guys still have another like 4.5 hours left in travel today, and then let me go check the map. I think it's going to take you a couple days to get there.
Question about our mounts.
Sure.
Are they well fed and okay? How much water do they need? Because we probably should go back and get like a few barrels of water from. Well, after Gale makes this thing, we won't need to worry about it. But like, we might need some feed for them.
The Axebeaks are looking a little scrappy, kind of nippy. You do actually see they get distracted a little bit. The camels seem okay. They're thirsty, but they're designed to go a couple days without.
Yeah.
I know that you guys filled your own water skins at the speakeasy. I don't believe anybody ever stopped to get a bigger barrel. The kobold does say that, like, if that bird's gonna eat me, then it can eat the barrel instead. It's blood water anyway. I don't feel right drinking it.
Well, Gale just made this thing, so Gale can make lots of water.
Oh, that's
right?
good.
How much?
And yeah, maybe we'll do that instead. Because, I'd like to not die of thirst either.
Yeah. The cool thing is, like, our friend Gale's bounty rises by the hour.
Yeah, I don't even know if I should ask about it, because, like,
It is best you do not.
Ooh, this is spooky. I like it. This is cool. Oh my god, guys. Are we like...
Not exciting.
Are we all murderers?
Oh, well. I cannot speak for everyone.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes, we are.
Okay, good. Yeah.
What is your name?
It's
This specific.
It's very quiet for a second. It's Chi-Chi.
Chi-Chi.
Yeah,
Can I insight check him?
sure. His name's Chi-Chi.
Damn.
I like your name, Chi-Chi.
Thank you. I didn't pick it myself. It's just my name.
Would you like to pick your own name?
Can it be Chi-Chi?
Chi-Chi.
Alright, then I'll pick Chi-Chi.
Now you have chosen your own name.
I'm a made man. Fresh start, new adventure, the world is my oyster. Nothing bad's gonna happen to me.
An arrow comes flying through the park.
I was
Oh,
gonna
no!
say, On
Part of our-
that note, Nordo has been looking out for any approaching danger. If I need to make any checks about that.
Sure. So let me go ahead and get 2 of you guys to give me survival to kind of lead, and then 2 of you guys to give me perception to do like lookout.
I was probably going to be leading too, since I make difficult terrain not a thing.
Sure.
I'll do one of the perceptions. I don't want to speak for Vasu, but he has like a +6 to
Yeah, I'll
survival,
go.
so he'd probably lead there.
I'll go through survival up for Vasu.
This is the same as mine. I'll roll it if you want.
Sure, go for it. All right.
Do you just want to roll with the advantage since I'm helping you?
Sure.
Go for it.
Here is Vasu's second survival.
Oh,
Excellent.
better.
And one
There
more
was
person on
somebody
lookout.
helping with perception.
Yeah,
I
who's
can
on
do it.
lookout? Yeah,
I can do. I have a +5.
Okay, you do it. That's good.
All right.
Also,
17,
every so often, I'm gonna like after about an hour out, I'm gonna start using my prime move awareness to kind of like ping every so often to see if any humanoids are near us.
Yep, you get the occasional ping. Just people wandering on the streets. Nobody really stands out to you as unusual. It just kind of seems to be groups of travelers. Sometimes they'll come across your way, passing in the opposite direction on the street. But after about 2-3 hours or so, you have to diverge from the road to head in the direction that you think you need to go. And after that point, you get far fewer pings. I guess give me an insight check. Yeah. There's one point about 3 or 4 hours into your journey where you get a ping from 2 or 3 humanoids, kind of ahead of you in the direction that you're going, and it seems to over the next few minutes kind of sail from east to west at a pretty high speed, and you don't really see any signs of life out here. Visibility is something in the ballpark of 2.5-3 miles from here, and it's very, very flat. So you feel like you would see signs of like some sort of movement or civilization if there was another caravan over there, and you don't, which is a little bit odd to you, but nothing else during your travel rings up as unusual or unexpected. And you
So
never
when
really...
that happens,
Yeah, go ahead.
is it how far away is it from me?
About 4 miles to your north.
Does it also seem like it's like underground in a general direction, or just like it's like horizontal? I don't know if it gives me that or not.
It does give you a direction, but from 4 miles away, it kind of just feels like ground level. It's hard to tell. It's no more than, like, I don't know, 100 feet up or down from ground level.
All right, is it like moving which direction is it moving?
Yeah, it's moving from east to west.
Gotcha. I'll kind of convey that, but like I've sent some people up there, but
Yeah. A few more pings go by, a couple minutes pass, they leave your radar range. Nothing else really ever comes of it.
What do you think it was, little orc?
perhaps another caravan. It's kind of hard to tell out here.
Suppose so. I'd rather steer clear. I think I'm finally starting to feel a little bit more in my element, getting away from all those people.
Yeah, I feel you. But it looked like it was moving not to where. Correct. It's moving east to west. You said.
Yep.
It looks like it's moving away from our destination. So.
Oh, good, good.
Alright, the rest of the day goes pretty uneventfully. As the sun is starting to go down, you do see that, or Vasu spots while he's flying, that you're coming up on a canyon. It stretches probably a good, maybe 40 feet across, and there is a wooden bridge that's been constructed to go across it. It is just big enough for the cart. It doesn't look like it's in super great shape. It's kind of up to you if you want to try to take the cart over it or try to find another way around. But also the sun is going down. You're coming up on about the 7th hour of travel. You spend an hour in town. You're starting to get tired. It's kind of up to you if you want to keep going or if you want to make camp. You get the feeling there's probably another 4 hours or so before you get to your destination.
Well, what do you say, y'all? Maybe we make camp here for the night and get a better look at this bridge in the morning when we got some better daylight.
I like that idea.
I'd hate to end up with a wrecked cart and be trying to deal with it under no light when it's nightfall.
That is a good idea.
I would also like to put a little distance between us and this bridge before we set up camp. In case it's often used, I'd rather not be near.
I agree.
All right, so we go maybe, I don't know, 15 more minutes, not across the bridge, but just in one direction or the other, towards whichever way looks like we could get some decent cover for the night.
Sounds good. As you're traveling, just kind of parallel to this canyon, getting a little bit of distance between you and the bridge, you do eventually spot that there is a river on the other side that kind of snakes through a couple of pillars and stone structures, and then pours over the edge of the canyon into this big gleaming waterfall that catches some of the moonlight as it's starting to come up, and just kind of mists or rains down into the canyon. You can see it collects into a small lake down there and then continues to run as a river kind of down towards the south. But taking a good look around, you've got kind of a nice quiet spot here. Looks pretty serene.
Can I look for tracks of any like creatures? Because obviously water is pretty coveted around here, so I suspect this is probably a popular spot for wildlife.
Sure. Give me a survival check and also a perception check. Taking a look on your side, you do see that there are some faint and, as far as you can tell, older tracks. Mostly carts, humanoids, gnolls, goblins, a couple of kobolds, just kind of the standard fare that you've seen around these parts, as well as a lot of wildlife, including a lot of birds and also some raptors, dinosaurs. As you're kind of trying to peek over to the other side, you do see that following that river, there's a lot more of the same, a lot more traffic over on the other side where the river actually is. And you do see that over on that other side of the river, or on the other side of the canyon where the river is, there are bigger footprints. Human looking, but maybe like 2 feet long, and stout, wide. 5 toes. You've been around enough to recognize that they're a little too squat to be human or elf or orcish, but they're too big to really be anything that isn't like a giant or a cyclops. So probably, something in between that scale.
Do I recognize the footprints?
Give me a perception check with advantage because they've been pointed out. You take a look across, you can see some really big footprints. They look humanoid of some sort, but too big. They're too big to be just like normal humanoid footprints. Maybe giant, maybe cyclops. Hard to tell.
How long ago were these footprints?
Without actually going over to inspect them closely, it's really hard to say. But based on the ones on this side of the canyon, they're probably, at least within the past couple of days.
Gotcha.
Is there anywhere nearby, like, to have decent cover for the night? To just not be like literally right next to the wall?
Sure, you take a look around and give me a survival check.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna do my primeval awareness to see if there's any humanoids within 5 miles of us.
Sure. You take a moment to ping. You don't get any humanoids within 5 miles other than the ones that are with you, the ones you expect to see. Norda, you are actually able to find a really nice spot. It's kind of this deceptive rut where it's it blocks line of sight, but there's not like an obvious rock formation or anything that is like a very obvious hiding spot. Kind of just a little dip behind a hill that you think would serve nicely for cover.
I think this will do just fine right here. Being around all this water is a little bit troubling because 40 barrels of that will buy a man's life in this part of the world, apparently. But I think we're safe from sight down here.
Does this water seem clean, or does it seem salty because of all the terrain around?
Again, from this side, a little hard to tell, but you would be aware that, like, the flowing part in the middle is usually at least clean enough that you can boil it to fresh. You probably wouldn't want to drink it straight from it, but if you boil it, it should be safe.
Fasu's home.
Woo! Might be just in time for the nightly news.
I hope
Oh,
so,
boy.
because I need him for it, and I also
Yay!
need.
Should be here soon.
Kind of start to get settled in for the night. Stake the mounts, pitch a tent, and nothing really bothers you. If you have anything that you'd like to do before you go to bed, let me know. If you'd like to set up a watch order, let me know.
I think
I'll keep
definitely
watch
a
at
watch order.
probably the middle of the night.
I'll get up with Ace for that watch.
All right, so Ace and Ordo on like second shift.
Toto will be on alt watches.
I'll be in maybe third.
I'll take one wherever it's needed.
I'm gonna wait until Vasu and Flick get here to the news because I was gonna have Flick or Vasu help me with it, and I was gonna interview Flick since he died.
Did technically die. Technically.
He was decapitated.
That's true. We watched him grow from childhood.
All right.
Smote alone first.
I got this. Don't worry.
Before, at some point, like during the eve of camping and cooking and so on, I would like to go over to the edge of the canyon.
Sure.
And I I have fishing equipment. How far down is the canyon? Can I like cast my fishing rod down into it, or is it way too far down?
Not terribly deep, but that's still like almost 400 feet down.
Okay, yeah, so way too far for a fishing
Yeah,
rod.
too far for fishing.
Never mind. Ignore that completely.
Let's make you a longer line. That's all.
Yeah, I just need like a.
Just have
400
Vasu
foot
fly
long
you
fishing
down.
line.
Just have Vasu fly you down, and you'll be fine.
You ever heard the parable of a bird carrying a
I think that ends with the turtle not living a whole lot longer after the
Yes.
story.
smashed on rocks normally?
I think I'll pass. We'll just go fishing tomorrow. You like fish, no man?
I like certain kinds of fish. Some of them will like glow in the underdark.
The what now?
The underdark. Or is it the underwet here? Like,
Most of your memories would tell you the Underdark.
okay. The undersea, the underdark. It is where I am from.
Where's that at?
Below.
And in Orcish, I turned to Nordo and go like, the Underdog. Have you not heard of it?
Can't say as I have. You mentioned it the other day, and I didn't think much of it. Just figured it was a city or something.
It's a massive underground cave system underneath the surface.
And that's where friend Nomad's from.
That it is, along with other interesting foliage and fauna.
Interesting. And you said your tribe spent some time in the Underdark as well, is that right?
We lived on the outskirts of one, and we did some hunting in there.
It is where we met.
Sounds like quite a place. Is that where all of your kind are from?
I would not say all. The vast majority are from there.
I suppose there's all kinds of things I don't know.
Then
Must
go ahead.
be quite a story. Little fella like Ace meeting up with a guy like you in the Underdark.
Yes. It almost resulted in his death. But I was there.
Very true. Nomad saved my life.
I moved a few rocks. Hardly account to saving lives.
I would more call them boulders, but that's just semantics.
That is fair.
Still, a life's a life.
It was the best thing I have ever done.
Is that so? You've done some good things since I've known you. Got rid of Laughing Jack, got rid of Coyburn. Those are good things too.
I do not think that would be possible without the aid of everyone. It was, how they say, a team effort.
Yes, I suppose it was. Speaking of team effort, little orc, you want to help me pitch this tent? That is a euphemism.
I will observe.
Oh,
I
Christ.
have never.
God damn it.
I'm assuming you mean that in the literal sense and not in the euphemistic
I
sense.
literally meant pitching an actual
Yeah.
tent.
Okay, he will help you with.
Thanks, appreciate that. Norda doesn't know about euphemisms.
It's okay, neither does Nomad. We can learn together.
Oh no. How does this keep happening?
Hey, Feck.
Uh-huh.
Do I know euphemisms in all my languages?
Yes, you are aware of the concept of euphemism, and you've probably heard that one before.
No, but like, do I know euphemisms in all of my languages?
Oh, fuck, man. Some of them, the ones that you're more experienced with, like Orcish for sure, Common probably.
I am proficient in 7 languages, Feck,
Oh.
including Thieves' Cant. You know there's gonna be some juicy stuff in that.
You are a remarkably talented linguist. You know a lot of euphemisms in a lot of languages. Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right. So, I know the evening news is on the agenda. Do you want to do that now, or you want to wait for Flick?
I'm waiting for Flick because he's kind of a big part of our double segment. We have a double segment coming up for
Oh.
both days.
Oh,
So
man.
I know.
Excited.
And so we got to talk to him about his experience.
All right. We'll roll back to that when Flick gets back. For now, any other plans before you guys hit the sack?
I'm gonna practice hiding in the dark.
Where are we? Are we still in town, or like what?
No, we got out. We are like a day's travel northeast of Salt Bowl. We've arrived at the like edge of a canyon that has a little river flowing down into it. There's a bridge that goes across it that looked kind of rickety. And when we got to that bridge, it was like the end of an 8-hour day of travel. So we didn't want to try to go across it and maybe crash the wagon and deal with that after dark. So we moved like 15 minutes away, found a good hiding spot, and made camp. And that's where we are. We're like 4 hours from the crashed airship, allegedly.
It is quite exciting.
Okay,
And that's all we've done. You're caught up.
cool. And I know Drake sent me a message on Telegram about possibly buying the prices for some magic components while I was still in town. Could I have done that, Beck?
Yeah, that's fine. What do you want to buy?
The components. He said that there were 30 gold worth of incense and stuff I could buy for Find Familiar.
Yep. Minus however much he bought,
Right.
which was at
Ideally,
least 10. I don't
only
know if he
need
bought
one.
any extras.
I will buy the other 20s worth,
All right.
so that we can both have a familiar, and then we just have backup. We can kind of keep it in party fund for now, I guess.
Easy enough. Anything else you wanted to buy while you were in town?
I can't really think of anything else in particular aside from. I mean, the only other spell component I would need is like copper wire and stuff for message, but I imagine that's pretty cheap.
It is, and Gale bought a bunch of tinkering supplies. You can basically just bum some off of him for free.
Cool. I will do that then. Other than that, nope, I don't think so, because the only other thing I was considering buying was that like delayed blast fireball or whatever the hell he had that was, but I'm not actually gonna buy that because I don't trust Fosse with it.
All right, fair. Yeah, if that is the case, then unless anybody has anything else they're going to do tonight, let's settle in for watches. Let me see.
Ace wants to lurk around for a bit and just try hiding in the darkness.
Oh, right, you wanted to practice hiding in the darkness. Okay. Go and give me a... do you have somebody... So in order to practice hiding, you need somebody who can look for you, somebody who you can test against. Do you have anybody who
Does
wants to
Nomad
help?
have dark? Does Nomad have dark vision?
Yeah,
Nomad, try to find me.
I see you. Oh, where are you hiding? In the dark? I can see in the dark.
I am a Gloomstalker now, so if you have dark vision, it gives you no benefit finding me in the darkness.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Notably, you watch Ace start to walk off, and as long as he's kind of close to you, and your normal vision covers it, he appears just fine. But as he starts to wander off, maybe beyond 20, 30 feet or so, his form gets hazy and smoky, and he seems to just disappear from view.
Where did you go? Oh no, he's lost forever.
And then I just come back.
Oh,
But
there
I'm gonna
you
like
are.
I'm gonna actually. Can I try circling around him and like pop up behind him?
Yeah, easy enough. With that roll, you're able to do so pretty convincingly.
Oh no, where did Ace go?
Ah, you startled me.
Apologies. Thank you. I really wanted to practice that.
That was very impressive. Disappearing in the dark like that.
Yes.
You could not do that before. Is that new?
I've been practicing.
He's like, He's now planning on like implementing this in future strategies.
Way ahead of you.
Excellent. I am excited for the things we can do.
In fact, stop rolling things. It's making me nervous.
It's my
It's
job,
okay,
right?
he does it all the time.
All right. You guys kill a couple more hours, just kind of winding down and talking and doing the evening news, which we'll cut back to later. But eventually, you all get settled in, and Moat takes up first watch. Moat, give me a perception check.
Moat.
God damn it.
There's a
Delightful.
20.
Of course.
I did great, guys. Don't worry. Nothing around.
He's so confident. I love it.
What's your passive perception?
10.
All right. Do you have dark vision?
Yes.
All right. 5. Okay.
Also, before I forget to ask, and it's become. Oh, wait. I guess I don't really need to ask because I already have inspiration. But who got inspiration?
It was Gale and Ace.
Nice.
And yeah, Toto's up for all of these watches. Does Toto have dark vision?
He does.
Perfect. 5 and a 7. Toto, as Toto is kind of just motionlessly sitting and keeping watch, far, far, far off to the west, almost, it looks like it's in the sky, but it's a little bit too low, and it lasts a little bit too long. It feels a little unusual. There's just a white little prick of light. It's traveling very, very slowly from north to south, way, way off to your west. Far enough away that you imagine it has to be rather bright to be able to see it from this far away. You kind of watch it for a few minutes, unless you have a reaction or anything you want to do to it.
He'll just kind of watch.
Yeah. He's able to kill a good maybe 10 or 15 minutes so before it kind of passes by. Kind of dips below the horizon and out of sight. and nothing else really comes of it. Let's see. All right. Apart from that, the rest goes smoothly. You guys wake up to miserable heat. The past few days have been kind of merciful, and you've had the benefit of being indoors for a lot of it. But Nomad, once again, you were thrust into this awful, stuffy breeze. The air-conditioned cart is a respite. It's better than being outdoors like you were for the first couple of days. But even so, there's just this muggy mist that kind of fills your lungs as you wake up and get going in the morning.
It is so warm.
So nice, right?
No,
Not a fan of the heat?
I do not have sweat glands.
Ah, that'll do it.
What happened to your sweat glands?
They disappeared during ceramorphosis.
Interesting.
I lost many things during ceramorphosis. But I also gained something.
Appendages. Lots of appendages on your face.
Yes, like those.
You some kind of butterfly? What are you?
An illithid.
Do I know what an elephant is?
Um,
I've
Have you
literally
not
never
checked
made
before this?
Nope, never made this check.
all right. At this point, anyone who has not already made their "what the fuck is an illithid" check, give me either nature or history.
Can I make one for funsies?
Sure.
I mean, I already know because we've talked about everything. He and I have talked about it, but you said history?
Nature or history.
Oh
Are
shit, I
they
don't know, man. He's some kind of
humanoid?
fucking octopus.
They're not humanoids, they're aberrations, right?
They're aberrations, yeah. If you do a history check, I'll let you have advantage because it's relevant to human history. Okay.
Also to like my class background.
Basically a plague on all life.
Vasu probably knows what an octopus is, but only because at the base of Eisenmar are a lot of like turtle civilizations that do a lot of hunting and fishing. Probably the only reason.
Of course I know what an octopus is. They're fucking delicious.
Alright.
The tentacles are the best part.
Vasu, you have to assume that this is just some sort of octopus person.
Yeah.
Moat, it looks like a monster. You've seen the magic that he can do. You imagine that this is probably some sort of monstrous humanoid or aberration of some sort that for some reason is being very friendly. And you know, you've had weird members in your order. It's not totally foreign or alien to you, but a little weird. You have enough common sense to know that you would not see one of these in civilization very often. Yule, you know basically the common knowledge about mind flayers and illithid. They tend to live in the Underdark. They tend to reproduce by injecting larvae into humanoids or consuming them, and then they transform into more mind flayers, and then they birth a bunch of tadpoles into a pool, and they're controlled by a giant shared elder brain, and they're kind of like a hive mind. You would know enough to know that this is extremely unusual. It's very weird for him to not be aggressively trying to eat all of your brains or showing any form of empathy whatsoever. This is definitely an odd specimen. Ace, you know all of the above. You have also, during your travels, while you were not with Nomad, while you were traveling through Willingquit, kind of trying to get questions answered, near Valdalance, and as you were making your way up towards Saltbowl, you have heard rumors and whispers that maybe there's a little more to Mind Flayers than what you know. There might be a little bit of like a shaded history or some sort of established. I don't know. You just feel like there's a little bit more to Mind Flayers than what you know about them. But you've never really gotten specific answers. Everybody just kind of gets real hush hush, tries to shoo you along, or they think you're joking when you ask about it. Hard to say.
What about from my tribe?
Your tribe doesn't know much about them at all. Almost everything that you've learned about Mind Flayers, you learned directly from Nomad or from people that you've talked to in Willingquet.
Okay.
Also, hi, Flick.
Hi, I'm here.
It's
One of my marks.
Oh.
Are you
Yeah,
ready
one
for
of my
the
marks
news?
was I want to know about mind flayers first. So wait.
yeah.
Okay.
Because one of my marks was a mind flayer before, right?
I believe that's
I think
accurate, yeah.
I've rolled on this before. I think we rolled on that before.
I believe so. So go ahead and give me either nature or history.
The same.
Oh,
Woo!
woo!
Yeah, you know they're like monsters of some sort. You know that Nomad is very unusual. You know for sure that he should be trying to eat your brain, that he shouldn't be showing any sort of emotions or empathy. That's very unusual for him.
See him currently like munching on Bursuito. It's just kind of wiggling out of his hood.
It's delicious, by the way. They are every time.
It's so good.
Which is especially weird for you because, like most food that's not brains, does not taste good to you.
They use a little bit of brain in this, I feel. It's the only thing I can think about.
Flick, I can't believe how quiet you were when those gnolls tore your arm off.
What?
Forgot to tell you.
Did it get better, or am I still armless here?
What do you mean, did it get better? I'm trying to stitch it up right now.
It's so strange how you just grew it back and it got ripped off all over again.
Yeah, this has not been my week. Yeah, ow!
They're fucking with you. You guys have traveled uneventfully northeast out of Saltbowl. You got to the end of your day's rest, set up camp right before before a canyon, and you guys woke up. Nothing too crazy happened overnight. However, I do think they want to rewind real quick and do a nightly news segment real quick. We will try to keep it kind of short because I know we got a lot to do tonight. But go for it.
All right, so Ace gets his thing set up. He puts on his little grass wig and gets in front of Nomad. Welcome back, faithful viewers. There's a lot to go over today. We have a double feature, so let's get going. A group of 6 travelers, accompanied by a mysterious tall man, arrived in the city early this morning. Who is he? How is he so tall? Mysteries. Upon arrival, 2 horns made for the tavern. Rope of silver is the key. The journey continues to the temple. Rope of silver is the key, or a blade. A blacksmith and a jeweler make the rope, and our friend is cured. Let's check on him right now. And he pushes over the little frame over to Flick. So Flick, you've been through a lot in the last day. Did you ever give up hope?
I thought about it, but yeah, I did at one point. I was ready to die, and then I wasn't. Then, we got to the Crosswinds, and he's like, "Oh, you can do this and this," and I'm like, "Oh, fuck, okay, that sounds great. Let's do that." And then I didn't die, so that's cool.
Wow. So we're all curious to know, what was it like to be ahead and grow up again?
I'm really glad he put my clothes on, so he didn't have to see my body grow naked. That was odd, but everything feels
wanted
exactly
to.
the same. So yeah, I figured, but yeah, it was really, really strange. It's like going through puberty in about 10 seconds.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah,
What is puberty?
something awful you never want to experience, probably.
Like ceramorphosis.
Like Metamorphosis, but for humans.
What sort of tadpoles did he put in your head?
We'll talk about that later. Anyways, thank you for your time, and I think I speak for almost everyone when I say we're glad to see you're okay. All right, our next story is about a dog and a bird. A dog and a bird investigators. Now, I've seen dogs chasing tails before, but this is new. I'm sorry for that pun. Anyways, I push over the frame over to Vasu. Vasu, can you give us the play-by-play?
Huh? What? You want to talk to me? All
Yeah.
right. I guess I can tell
You
you what
chased
went
a man
down.
through town with Toto. So what happened?
Okay, well, you see, we got into town, right? And there was this kobold. He was stalking us around, being real untrustworthy. Like I could just tell by looking at him. You know, I always trust my gut on that sort of thing because it's never lied to me before. I got a great gut. But anyway, this kobold, he was following us around. You know, he was like hanging outside this jewelry shop. We were just being so polite at and everything. And when we left, I saw this guy kind of go off, and I followed him because I just I was trusting my gut. And it turns out this guy was part of a gang. I can't which gang is this one?
The Midnight Riders?
Also, side note, I'm using the tuning fork that we took from Laughing Jack as a microphone.
Okay, it doesn't seem to have any effect that you can notice.
It's okay. I want to use it. I'm just using it as a microphone.
All right, perfect.
Hopefully, people in the arena get a good story.
Yeah, turns out this guy was part of the Midnight Riders or some shit, and they're just bad news all around in this. But I just wanted to talk to him, and then out of fucking nowhere, all these centaurs and shit came after us. But they went after me. They were real mad at this guy for some reason. He was just making a big old ruckus and just trying to get hold of something. And they come out of nowhere and they just fucking stabbed the guy. Well, I don't know what the fuck is on with that. I don't know the kind of shit that goes on in this city, but I wanted out. I didn't want nothing to do with it. But so I grabbed the guy and took off. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm trying to give a report here. Like, wait.
The
Ace just starts
reporter
like
has been
flapping his
kidnapped.
little wings.
Friend Gale, oh no. Toto has kidnapped Ace.
Just drops Ace in front of Gale. Like, sorry, I thought I turned that setting off. Here, give me a second.
It's all good.
setting?
And I'm gonna go and turn off his, protect if Basu says.
All right, the sleeper agent
Wanna
code.
talk. Yeah, I'll turn off his sleeper agent code temporarily.
For now.
I'll leave the programming in there. I'm just gonna tab it out.
Comment it out.
Yeah,
Perfect.
comment it out for a little bit.
Yeah. It's
Just
definitely
in case.
come again.
Ace gets up, like dusts himself off, straightens his little hat, and walks back over to Vasu. So, I'm sorry. Continue.
Yeah, well, anyway, I got this little kobold fella back to safety, but he was already way fucking dead. And I think the kind of story from there everybody knows. I think.
Just in case, go ahead and recap the next the gang violence that happened.
Oh yeah, the gang violence. There's a lot of that shit going on in this town. Let me tell you all about it. So this one gang that this kobold fella belonged to, the Midnight Riders, they're sticking their grubby little hands in all sorts of shit. Just getting involved in everything. Most specifically, that nice jeweler lady's establishment that we were hanging around at earlier, and we took him back there, and she wasn't having any of it. She was real scared because she thought, oh man, these gangs are gonna come after me now. But with a little bit of calm explanation and I think we shared some tea or something too. I convinced her to help our friend Flick out here. It was just a great idea that everybody was on board with, and everyone was. I don't know why everybody didn't think of it sooner. I mean, the jeweler's going to be the best sort of person to make you a silver rope. So we went to her, and she got that or most of it figured out. And then the gang did come because that's what gangs do. But we beat the fuck out of them because that's what we do. And now we're all hunky dory.
Fascinating. All right, so for our final stories, illegalities in town. Through our investigative reporting and an inside man on the scene, we discovered that writing is outlawed. Why? We turn to an anonymous source for details and insight, and then he pushes over the frame over to Nomad and pulls up Nomad's hood and starts interviewing him. I hear you're into some trouble out there with the law. Why would they make this illegal, in your opinion? And he translates for Nomad, but he like drops his voice like 3 octaves and
Oh,
makes it kind of
no.
sound like watery, like it's like a protected person on TV.
Yeah. Also, she pulled the hood back because like it has illusory effects. You see that he has a black sensor bar over his eyes.
It's that fucking Purple Onion sketch.
Yeah.
Can you gonna give me that, like, the monster voice? Because I sound like,
rave?
what's a rave? Oh, my God.
What's a rave? Sorry, I forgot the topic. What were you?
In your
Hey, we're
opinion,
talking about gang violence. Come on, pal, pay attention.
Gang
in your opinion,
violence.
why would they? No, in your opinion, why would they make writing illegal in town?
From what I heard, writing is illegal for some reason. The reason being a distraction for real things like the water. Says the connection is interrupted. Am I going through fine?
You're coming through. I think it's just Roll20 that's acting up.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
getting
cool.
that too, but I hear everybody just.
Oh, it's fine, yeah. But yes, it was a. What was the words they used? A cover up. Or a distraction for the real issue. The water issues. And the gang violence.
Then how
Some
did
say
you?
they're trying to keep people stupid.
And how did you feel when you were being hunted by the law?
About the same when I'm being hunted by other people.
Fascinating. All right, we actually have one more story left. He pushes the thing over to Gale. So Gale, in the middle of the night, we were attacked by these plant creatures that you said that you ran into before. What do you know about them? Do you think it's because of your bounty?
No comment.
Mysteries. And that's all the time we have for tonight.
That was exciting.
I tried to go through it as fast as we could so we can go to kill stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
I was on the television.
That was also Nomad's first time being on TV.
I am so excited.
You're a star.
Did my tendrils look okay?
They looked fabulous.
I was anonymous. No one knew who I was.
But they did see your fabulous tentacles, and they were like, damn, on fleek.
What is fleek?
There's some very serious asynchronicity going on here.
There's some
It's okay.
Don't worry about it.
He's borrowing words from the aberrant language, you see.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Little Orc, this ritual that you like to do, what exactly does it do? Where do these stories go?
It helps me remember them. History is important, and not only that, but it helps Nomad. He helps him understand things from other points of views.
Fleek.
I suppose that makes sense then. But the stories themselves, you're not using magic to transfer them to other places or anything. It's all just sort of an act.
It's all for Nomad.
Yes,
Well,
it
that's
is
actually
all
quite
hunky
nice.
dory. Nomad like practices like words on his own. Hunky dory. On fleek. Beat the fuck out of them.
I just want to talk.
I just want to talk.
All right. You guys settle in. The night watches go as they did before. You wake up in the morning, ready to go, a little hungry. You guys have plenty of food supplies, and then you also have like 6 crates of those other things. What's for breakfast?
Why does this camel have a skull next to it?
Because it doesn't have any weapons or armor. It's just a camel.
Gotcha.
Oh, so you're saying it's easily killed?
It's more like it has natural weapons, I guess.
Okay.
Nordo does prepare breakfast in the morning per usual with his Actually, is anyone even missing health?
I'm missing one.
Okay, just for flavor, Nordo prepares breakfast, but I'm not actually going to spend any of the like quality ingredients of the cook's utensils. Just I'll help put breakfast together of whatever we
Yeah.
have for just dry ration.
Sure.
I try and feed our mouse to see if we can find something for them to eat.
Yeah. Go and give me cooking utensils to just kind of like, I guess, freshen up the rations a little bit.
Question: Did
Yeah.
we get any other sort of rests or anything since the start of the session that I wasn't here for?
You guys have just finished a short rest, just now.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys wake up, you get breakfast going. Again, it's you're not like wasting any of the good ingredients or anything. You're basically just eating rations. They're real dry, they're real salty. It's not very satisfying, but it's food, it's sustenance. It's enough to keep the day going. You're able to feed the mounts, get them kind of up and going. How are you guys dealing with water? Is anybody making some, or you guys have the alchemy jug, right?
I would have made some yesterday too, but I guess we have an alchemy jug. We don't need that.
Yeah.
I set up an alchemy jug so that we wouldn't have to burn spell slots on it.
Cool.
Yeah, that'll
He's a
definitely help.
warlock.
I believe, and I'd have to double check this, it is 2 gallons per person per day. And then I guess I'll just say double that for each of the mounts. It's probably more than that, but I'll just I'll call it that for now.
We can produce 8 gallons a day. So if actually it would be helpful if Flick makes some.
We can get 8 gallons of fresh, and if we have a way to like get the salt out of salt water, we have 12 gallons of salt water too.
So I can make up to 30 gallons of water.
Yeah, like anyone with proficiency in cooking tools or alchemy kit can safely boil and recapture water to get the salt out of it.
Yeah.
So the alchemy
Usually-
jug can cover 6 people a day.
Plus our amounts, so like the 30 gallons.
Well, if we can purify that water, then it can do 10 people per day.
Oh, perfect.
I can certainly take care of that.
Yeah, so the jug will take care of everything except for the mounts then.
Yeah.
Doesn't
It'll
Voss
be
have
like-
a thing? Doesn't Voss have a thing where we can find fresh water?
I do.
You definitely know where to find it. It's right across the way. If you want to like try to fly some buckets back and forth, you can do that. Alternatively, the bridge is just like 15 minutes south. You can try to make your way over there and then boil some water from that too if you want.
But as long as the terrain provides at least some like small plants or berries or animals and shit, I can get food and fresh water for myself and up to 5 people every day.
Perfect. I'll let that is plenty enough to cover the mounts. Food-wise, really all you've got around here is like cactus, which you can make do. I mean, that's what your feature lets you do. You're able to get a little agave.
Say for whatever it's worth, the Xanathar's thing about cook's utensils does specifically say that you can, when foraging for food, you can make do with ingredients that others would not be able to turn into wholesome meals.
Huh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then my ranger feed helps me find twice as much food.
Yeah, between all of that combined, you guys are good. You're not like, you're not flourishing, but you're not starving or dying of thirst either. You have some very standard food, and then like in an emergency, you still have those frozen snacks, and then Nordo has some like really high quality ingredients too.
How old
also
is
have
the head
mounts.
that I'm carrying around? Should I just get rid of that?
You might, yeah. It's probably best to get rid of it.
I just like drop the head over this side of the cliff.
Do you want, or do you like want the skull for something? I don't know.
Who?
Who?
Who would want the skull?
No, some people.
Yeah, what kind of fucked up person just carries around a guy's skull?
Lots
That's
of
real
people.
talk.
Can we have yucca fries, please?
Are those like cactus fries?
They're like this tuber that grows in the desert. We had some yesterday. They were super good.
Oh, never heard of them. Oh, dang! The map changed today.
It's so bright.
Gosh,
It's all at once.
Very bright.
that is amazing.
Oh, I already did.
So, right.
I'm just kidding.
After breakfast and when we're ready to go, I cast mage armor on myself.
I forgot to give the weather. It's fine. The weather's clear.
All right. So what's the plan? About 15 minutes back to the bridge, or do you guys want to try another way across, or what's the plan here?
Hey, Basu,
What?
you think you could fly up high and see if there's a safe way to cross?
Of course I can fucking fly over that bridge. Who the fuck kind of guy do you think I am?
No, not fly above it, but just go up and like take a look, see.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I do that.
All right. Are you inspecting the bridge, or are you looking for like up and down the canyon for another way across?
Can I do both?
Sure. The bridge will take you like 10 minutes to inspect. If you want to fly, I mean, it just depends on how long you want to fly north and south before you either find something or turn around and give up.
I'll take the 10 minutes to inspect the bridge, and then I'll probably just take like another 10 minutes in each direction as far as I can get my 50 feet of fly speed, unless I find something before that.
Cool. Sounds good. Do you have any sort of like, engineering or carpenter's tools or anything like that?
I do not.
All right. Go and give me an investigation check then.
Okay.
So you go over to this bridge, you kind of lead the party down to it, and you take a real good look from all angles, including underneath it. And when you take a look, it's actually a lot sturdier than it seems at first glance. You notice that the tethers that are holding it up are this like iron coil. And when you kind of start to look it over, you realize why. A lot of the footprints leading to and from this bridge are massive. It's more of these like giant humanoid footprints that leave these heavy impacts. There's a couple of planks missing from the bridge, but the logs that are there are thick. It's like these 3-inch thick wooden planks suspended by like this braided iron cord. It honestly looks pretty sturdy. But then you do like 10 minutes north, and then you turn around 20 minutes south, and then 10 minutes back north. Go ahead and give me a perception check. You do see that way to the south, probably about maybe 9 or 10 miles, just because you've got decent visibility. The canyon gets a little bit shallower, maybe something in the ballpark of like 100 feet or so. It's still a pretty steep drop off. You're not really sure how you'd get across it, but in a pinch, you might be able to like lower the cart and then pick it back up on the other side or something. It looks kind of rough.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'll fly back to the party, and I'll be like, okay, so down south a ways, we got another option. The canyon gets a little more shallow, but it's still pretty fucking tall. If you can't like fly or nothing over it, we could maybe lower the cart down there and then pick it back up on the other side. Or, I honestly think this bridge is gonna be pretty okay. And I'll like reach over and like slap the heavy iron chains. I mean, I just from looking at it, I can tell this bridge is built for people way bigger than us, and it's seen a lot of use. It's still holding up. I think we'll get across it just fine. Just watch your step. What do you guys think?
Can I investigate the footprints over here?
Sure. Are you looking for anything in particular, or just kind of like looking at them in general?
Trying to figure out what they are from, and all the other stuff like how many, how long ago, all that shit.
Sure. Give me survival, and then you've got your automatic ranger stuff going on.
I think it is a good idea.
Or is it not? Is it not humanoid?
It is not humanoid. One of the very first things that you notice as you take a closer look, too big. You get the feeling that these are probably some sort of giant or related to giants. With that said, you still do a pretty good job tracking. You can see that there's probably 4 or 5 sets that travel this way every couple of days or so. The most recent tracks are about a day and a half old. They definitely go over the bridge. Just based on their size and how deep they are, you have to imagine these things weigh like anywhere from 1,000 to 2,500 pounds. This bridge is pretty sturdy, you imagine.
Which direction are the latest footprints heading?
So they seem to... the most recent ones are going back over the bridge in the direction that you guys are headed. And then they kind of wind up towards the stream. And then past that, you'd have to follow them.
Gotcha. All right, so how should we do this? Should we take the wagon of cars first, and then the rest of us go across, or does the order matter? I guess.
Well, I don't want to sell you out, Vasu, but since you're the one with wings, how would you feel about walking across the bridge first, and then, if you fall through, then it's all right, you can fly. Just in case it's set up with some sort of trap or something.
Oh no, do we lose Vasu?
Vasu?
I'm sure he'd accept.
I was very briefly away from keyboard, but listening, and yeah, I'm cool with that plan.
Alright, Vasu, you make your way across. Gingerly, but putting your full weight on it so that, if you're gonna... and you make it you make it across just fine. Nothing weird happens. There is, one plank that you kind of have to jump over. It's probably a 1.5 foot long gap. You get the feeling that the cart might need a little bit of help, but you got a couple of strapping people that can lift it over it.
Okay. So yeah,
I'll go over next.
Vasu will walk across the bridge, and then on his way back, can I pretend to fall through that gap?
Sure, give me a performance check.
Okay.
Pretty convincing, actually. Vasu makes it across this bridge just fine. Or yeah, you tell it. You do it.
Yeah, Vasu just practically prances across the first way, and then he does a little spin and comes back, and he's like, "See, I don't know what you guys are so worried about. This bridge is just fine." And then once I get to that gap, I'm just gonna fall right through it, and even spin out a little bit, and kind of look like I'm falling. I'll dip upside down.
Nordo starts to charge out towards you, but his passive insight is 16, so he catches on to the fact that you're faking it and stops himself.
Yeah, my passive 17, so I just kind of just watch.
Oh, whoa, unpredictable fate! Who could have seen the graceful and athletic Vasu falling like this to his death?
As he's doing that, I'm going to just walk across the bridge and just jump over him and keep walking across.
After I say that, and then notice that nobody's paying attention to me, I'm going to activate my slow fall and just kind of gently float down to the ground upside down for a little bit.
Vasu, no.
All right, you guys are no fun.
Gale is horrified and jumps after Vasu.
Alright, Vasu, Gale is screaming down towards you.
So at first, Vasu's like, I bet if Yule fell off this bridge, everybody would be all up in an uproar about it. Everybody'd be freaking. Oh, fuck, Gale!
Ooh, Gale, shortly after you jump over, you feel a lightness come over you. As Nomad casts Featherfall, and you begin to gently drift just about 20 or 30 feet above Vasu. Both of you slowly making your way down towards the bottom of this canyon. As you guys get down there, you can see some shapes moving in the riverbed. And you realize as you're approaching ever so slowly that they're congregating where they think you're going to land. A bunch of these shapes are moving to intercept. And as you get closer and closer, the two of you give me perception checks. It isn't until you're about 150, 200 feet or so down, about halfway down this thing, that you're able to make out these bony, rocky, pale red shells and very large pincer claws of some truly sizable enemy crabs.
Ooh, truly sizable one.
Truly sizable, you say?
Not yet giant though. Not yet giant.
All right, yeah, I'll pick Gale up and then be like, all right, change of plans. We're not going down there. Too many crabs. They're real big.
Big crab.
I'm gonna fly back up.
All right.
Are you alright, friend Gale?
Oh yeah, I'm totally fine. Thanks for asking, buddy.
You have wings. You're fine.
Thanks, Mr. Nomad. I didn't actually have a plan.
It's okay.
Vasu is going to set Gale down on the ground very gently and pat his head. Thanks for thinking about me, little guy.
Just turn around and I hug your leg.
While Nordo and Ace are wildly ignoring the plight of Vasu, I would like to just scan the horizon, see if I see giants on account of my suspicion that there are dwarf giants here, because we were told.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, where the track's heading to.
Yeah, you guys are able to get everything across just fine. You have to kind of like lift the wheels over that one missing plank, but it's easy enough. I guess as you guys continue, we'll do the same thing as yesterday. I need 2 survival checks and 2 perception checks.
I think Nordo and Vasu have the highest survival, right?
Yeah, I've got a +6 to my survival.
I will say you have to do one or the other, so you either get to do perception or survival.
I'll go for survival unless somebody else wants to.
Toto can help. Perception.
Cool.
Okay, I'll roll again, but it's probably not going to be better.
Ooh, 22, 23 in perception is good. And then a couple
Oh,
survival
right, he's
checks,
rolling.
25.
Do you need any more? Or is that it?
I mean, that's pretty good, unless somebody thinks they can beat a 25.
I literally cannot.
All right. You guys are able to very, very pick. Hey, look at that. There we go.
I'd be at 25.
You guys are able to very easily pick up once you get to the other side of the bridge. And you realize almost immediately that you are definitely in, for lack of a better term, dwarf giant territory. You see these very large giant footprints, but they're kind of stocky and stubby and smaller than like a human giant. It kind of looks like a dwarf giant. Probably something in the ballpark of like 9 to 10 feet tall. But just, based on how deep they are, these things are huge. They're massive. They're heavy. They're stocky. And you can see that they follow this river up for quite some time. You don't see any on the horizon. You don't see any movement. You see some wild animals. You do see that in the early morning there's still a pack of vampiraptors that are kind of like flying around looking for a last-minute lunch. But no sign of giants.
Okay. With that perception check, do I see any signs of a crashed airship? Or is that more under the survival checks?
At first, you don't. But as you guys are traveling for a little bit towards the marked destination, both you and Toto do spot that there are a couple of, it looks like massive harpoons that are stuck in the ground, and there's little bits of cloth tattered. It's old, probably something in the ballpark of a month, 2 months old, but you see little bits of splintered wood. And you actually see that there are a couple of shiny little specks of gold and silver that are just dusted every, 10 or 15 feet in the ground. And you see some very large impacts where something big landed and skidded across the ground, and it's surrounded by these giant footprints, like something, a group of these giants all got around it, cleaned it up, picked it clean, picked it up, and moved it, and continues to follow the river kind of northeast.
I suppose this is probably our quarry then.
Seems like probably that, but I guess we'll have to figure out where they took it.
With those survival checks and those perception checks, it's plain as day. You see that there is basically just this huge caravan of giant footprints following the river. And you can see maybe about an hour off in the distance this large wall of mountains, bright red, kind of like Petra. And you can see that this river leads to a waterfall that's pouring down the sides of one of those mountains.
Those are the mountains that Three Me's said keep away undead creatures. You don't suppose these giants are undead, do you, Moat?
I can take a look, but I'm not entirely sure. I'll cast Divine Sense.
You would know that the range on that is like 30 feet.
It's like 60. It's like nothing. I cast it anyway.
Okay. 60-foot divine sense range. You don't get anything that you aren't already expecting.
Okay. Nope,
Maybe
doesn't
this-
look like they're undead.
This crash site isn't hallowed.
Crash site is not hallowed. It's a damn shame.
Can I do just a quick search of the crash site to see if there's anything that the giants left behind?
Sure. Like you definitely spotted at least a few golden coins. How long are you guys willing to stay and sort of comb the search site?
I don't want to stay long personally, just long enough to see if they left what I would consider a clockwork heart.
Sure. In that case, just give me a perception check.
I would like to comb it closely and try an investigation.
Can I also investigate?
Sure. If you guys are willing to spend like 10 minutes, you can give me an investigation.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll help Gil pick up stuff as well.
All right. You guys take some time to kind of clean up anything that got left behind. Look for, 24 is good. You can see that there's nothing really big left behind, and it's just this big flat open area. So like anything that big, you feel would be easy to spot. With that said, there's a lot of coinage that got missed. You do see that there are a lot of mundane arrows that got missed, along with some crossbows. You do see some skeletal humanoid remains. Looks like a combination of elves, dwarves, a couple humans, one tabaxi. You do see that there is some rotted armor, but not a lot of it. It kind of seems like most of the people aboard the ship were probably merchants. You don't see a lot of heavy fortifications. You do see that there are several tattered paintings that have just been ruined. You see that there's this very nice marble statue that has been ground into powder, completely worthless now. But with that said, you are able to spend a good 10-15 minutes together, gather some coinage. It comes out to about...
Are there any like symbols or insignias on any of the bodies?
No, they all appear to be just kind of plainclothes merchants, aside from a couple of mercenaries. But the mercenaries don't have like a company or a brand or a logo. They just have kind of like, it looks like they were wearing their own personal armor and weapons and stuff. You guys do find that much coinage, though.
Hey Nordo, do you want to add that to the bag?
Yeah, I'll do it.
After you guys kind of take your time combing through the crash site, you follow for another 30-40 minutes or so, until you're maybe 15 minutes out from this waterfall. And you can see that there's a little bend in this mountain. There's a little place that you could potentially set up a camp or tuck the wagon, or you can just bring it with you the whole way. That's kind of your call. But at this point, the footprints are common and frequent and recent. They all lead towards this waterfall. It seems that these dwarf giants are staying near this waterfall or at this waterfall somewhere. Yeah, what's up, Base?
I'm going to do my primary awareness to see if there's any humanoids.
You do a quick ping. You get everyone in your party, everybody that you were expecting, and nobody else.
Cool.
Hey, if I can rewind real quick back to the crash site, and
Yeah.
this might be, I don't know if I would even be able to piece this together, but can I tell from what remains of this crash site if it looks like whatever crashed here would be salvageable? You know what I mean? Like, does it look like something just exploded and disintegrated here? Or
Sure.
does it look like there could actually have been a...
I'll actually file this one under Gale's, because Gale rolled really well on investigation, and has experience with building things and destroying things and putting things back together. There's definitely been some pretty serious damage to the ship. But with that said, most of it looks cosmetic. You see a lot of railing has been destroyed. A couple of pieces of the hull, but because it's an airborne vessel, you can have holes in the hull and still fly. Notably, most of the canvas appears to just be kind of scrapes of leather and not full patches of the balloon. So assuming that this thing is balloon-based, you think the balloon is intact? It really depends on what kind of airship this was and how it runs, but there's not a whole lot of damage. You think it's probably in at least somewhat decent shape. In other words, it seemed to have had a soft landing rather than a hard, explosive landing.
Do I know what class the airship is, and/or is it the same class that me and Norda were flying in?
From what you can see here, there's just not enough information. When you see the ship up close, you'll probably be able to get a better idea.
Cool.
Oh yeah, there are plenty of rocks all over. So it's up to you. Do you guys want to just bring everything right up to this waterfall, or are you leaving anything behind? How are you approaching?
Well, I suppose we should leave the wagon here with our mounts and such. I think our best bet's to approach stealthily.
Sounds like a good idea. We should make sure that our mounts are hidden so those birds don't come back.
It's a good idea. I'd like to just look around and try to find somewhere to like stow away the wagon and mounts.
Sure, give me a survival check.
Can I help?
Sure can.
Is there any way that I can try to I guess disperse the tracks up to up to where we're hiding the cart so that they can't just follow the tracks up to the cart?
Yeah. Give me. I guess that would be another survival or a stealth check. Your call.
Or is the sand light enough that I can just kind of blow it around with gust?
Gust helps a lot. Again, it's a lot of sand, but it's also mixed with a lot of salt. The wind moves it very easily, so that helps a lot.
Cool.
With that said, with these rolls, it's kind of shallow. There's not a lot of salt cover here because you're so close to the mountains. It seems to be blocking a lot of it, and also the elevation is a little higher, so most of the salt is settled lower into the bowl. You do as well as you can. It's not great, but they're small, especially compared to all these giant footprints. They might go unnoticed. Hard to say for sure. Nordo, you find a spot. There's a little bit of an overhang. It's not a ton of great cover. It's certainly not very good cover from ground level, but it might at least hide you from things flying overhead a little bit. Not for very long. It's honestly not great, and you feel a little exposed.
This is awfully flat terrain. I don't know if we're going to find somewhere to hide this wagon. Do we want to...
Hey, Chi-Chi.
Yeah?
Do you think you could stay with the cart, and if anything comes, just take it towards the waterfall?
Oh my god, I mean, there's 2 camels and 2 axe beaks, and any one of them could just eat me in one bite. I can try. I really am not very good with animals. I can try, though.
I just figured you probably wouldn't want to go into the waterfall where there's big things.
Yeah, no, my plan was to hide under the cart and hope that just nothing ate me.
Sounds like a good plan.
Honestly, I can barely see in this sunlight.
I'm trying to do his voice. I'm just not very good at it.
Yeah, Presto helps a little bit, but Presto is kind of slow. It's a square foot every 6 seconds. You get some of the more obvious tracks when somebody takes a really heavy footstep. You're able to get a little bit of it. But yeah, it can only do so much. But yeah, you guys kind of drop the cart off. Chi-Chi says he'll wait with it, or under it at least. So if something happens, you at least know what happened to it, maybe.
Peachy.
And with that, those of you who want to go ahead, give me stealth rolls. Everybody else is assumed to be kind of a good 60 to 100 feet behind.
Is there any cover at all?
So let me just do a real rough diagram, I guess. So there's a little bit of a crook in this mountain that the river seems to flow out of. And the river seems to be flowing from waterfall that is coming down the side of the mountain. There's enough of a creek that you can kind of try to approach at least a little bit closely by just hugging the wall of that thing. But it's pretty flat. It's exposed. There's not a whole lot of plant life or rocks or anything. A group this large, you're almost certainly going to get spotted eventually. It's just a matter of when.
Is there a cave? Were we told about a cave behind the waterfall or something? Or I guess I'm confused why we're going to this waterfall. Is this where the crash site's at?
This is where you were told the crash site was, or at least where the dwarf giants who attacked the ship were. You have not been told much beyond that. And as you're just kind of like poking your head in there, you don't see any signs of like a camp. You don't see any giants. You definitely see footprints going in and out, though. This is definitely a well-traveled area.
All right. So which one of us should go in?
Looks like Vasu wants to try to be sneaky and lead the way. Who else wants to go in the sneaky team? Forward team.
I am not
I'll-
sneaky, so
I'll
should
go.
probably stay behind. I will try and
Of
keep
course.
contact. Oh no,
You can use inspiration if you have it, Flick.
I don't know if I do. Do I?
you do. Yeah, I think so. Right?
I think
Like,
everyone. I think everyone has inspiration right now, and no one's used it yet.
This episode was Gale and Ace. So
Gotcha.
unless you have
I
from
think I still
previous-
had it from last time. I
Yeah.
don't think I used it before. Okay, yeah, we'll redo that.
Good luck.
All right.
That's not much better, but
It's double digits.
Better than 8. Spirit pack.
Better than a not fail.
anytime I've needed to like use one of my skills, it doesn't matter what my modifier is. I just roll like shit anyway. Oh, those aren't fun.
They all see you. Don't even worry about it.
All right. You
It's
guys
fine.
start to kind of wind your way through this little this cubby towards this waterfall. And pull this over. As you start to kind of sneak your way through, as you're approaching, you guys hear big, booming, thundering voices that even seem to come through the roaring of this waterfall that's coming down and splashing onto the ground ahead of you and into the lake in front of you. And you can kind of smell this weird, acrid, like rotting meat smell of some sort. And you kind of come a little bit closer and a little bit closer. And you can start to spot a couple of figures on the other side of this waterfall. But just as you spot them, one of them stiffens up, kind of nudges the other one on the side, and they both kind of like stop and look, kind of peering through the waterfall. They mutter something in Giant. I don't know if any of you guys speak Giant.
Nope.
Perfect. And then there's a moment of silence, and then you hear heavy metal against metal as giant weapons are drawn, and you see these two figures both start to charge out from behind the waterfall. And that'll be initiative.
Can I first? Shit. Okay. I want to try to message one of them.
All right.
And I'm just rolling complete bluff. I'm just gonna message in like Draconic, but it still sounds like Vasu accent. So it's like, hey, you didn't see nothing, pal.
This is in
And
Draconic.
then, yeah,
All right.
and then
All right. There's no immediate change in behavior that you notice.
cool.
Let's see. Who do I need?
Hey.
Initiative from Yulsi. All right, Vasu, you send your message in Draconic, and in response, out loud, you hear just yelling in Giant and heavy footsteps rushing your way from the other side of this waterfall. You can tell that there's a couple figures behind there. They appear to be kind of here-ish, but they're running your direction, and your vision is currently obscured by the waterfall.
Right. Okay. So first, I'm going to. Is it just like a sheer wall of water, or is there any like spot that I can see through it?
It's misty. It's enough to obscure vision. You see rough shapes, but that's about it. With that said, it's coming down misty enough that you think you can move through it. You just can't see through it. Clearly.
Alright, I don't know why I'm committed to this bluff, but I'm going to commit to it. So first, Vasu is going to sling a firebolt through the waterfall, hopefully, unless it just fizzes out immediately, which it probably will.
All right.
I don't have a thing set up for that yet. Sorry. I just picked up my cantrips before I went to orientation.
It's all good.
I didn't edit my sheet at all.
Just roll it at disadvantage. You kind of know where you're aiming, it's just you can't see him clearly, so it's disadvantage.
Great, I'm just figuring out what the modifiers are. It's d20 and then int?
Should be int plus proficiency.
Okay. The 7.
Yeah, 7. It flies through the waterfall. You do see it gets a little bit doused, but continues to fly past. A streak of orange clashes onto wet rock behind it. Doesn't seem to hit either of the shapes as they run towards you.
Alright, and then I'm going to bellow out loud in Draconic since I can't do message again. I'm just going to say, go ahead and turn yourself back around! And then I'm just going to fly over here above the water so that I'm not right in the way when they do come through this waterfall.
Alright.
And that's my... Yeah. You're welcome.
He's so thankful. Ace.
I've got a plan.
Is it my turn now?
You're up, Ace, yeah.
Where can I see roughly where they are?
Yeah, you can aim at them, you just have disadvantage because you can't see them clearly.
Yeah, I just where are they roughly at?
They're roughly here-ish.
Oh, okay. If I run up to here, how can I see them?
If you're well, yeah, from there you can kind of stick your head through and see behind here. And that reveals... Actually, it would reveal a little bit more than that. As you stick your head through, you see about 10 feet tall what can only be described as oversized dwarves.
Okay. I'm going to Hunter's Mark him.
Alright.
And I'm going to shoot 2 arrows at him.
Alright, fire away.
You can shoot twice
Wait,
now?
2 arrows? How are you firing 2 arrows?
Because on my first turn of combat, Underdark Scouts can shoot an extra on if they make an attack roll.
Oh.
Fancy.
It has advantage.
Gloomstalkers, man.
Gloomstalker, 21 hits.
That's the first one.
Uh, 21 also hits.
And then because also Gloomstalker gives me 10 foot of extra movement on my first turn, so then I move right back over.
Alright, yeah, you sink 2 arrows back to back. They both kind of fly through this thing's thick beard. You see a little trickle of blood start to pour out through it. But he is still charging headlong towards you. That brings us to Nomad.
This is concerning. I'm going to move forward. Yeah. I'm going to ready an action to cast... What spell is this?
Hey, Feck, why did it say it rolled a half d6 for my sneak attack?
Half d6?
If you hover over the bonus damage, it says one half d6.
It's deciding how many dice to roll based on your rogue level. It rounds up.
Gotcha.
Ah, that's cool. Yeah, I'd like to cast... What is this? I'm trying to read the description. Telekinetic crush on it to knock it prone
All right.
when on the first creature I see come out of the waterfall.
All right. Sounds good. You'll see. You hear yelling and giant and heavy footsteps rushing out from behind the waterfall.
I'm gonna hold off on an attack. I'm gonna move forward a little bit and then prepare to cast this spell
All right.
on whatever the first enemy is that comes up.
All right. Sounds good.
Actually, how many can I hear?
They've pointed out 2 shapes moving behind the waterfall.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. Go ahead and put yourself where you want. Let me know what spell you're readying, and that makes it Gale's turn.
I'm just gonna kind of chill. So I'll move forward.
All right. Excellent. Anything else?
Nah, like they haven't attacked us, so I feel bad attacking them.
All right. That's fair. Elise, 10, 20, 30. And she is going to dodge until she sees what's up. Nordo.
I am going to run up and pull my spear out and just ready an attack to throw a spear at the first thing that comes out of the waterfall. And actually, if you'll let me, I'd like to ready my attack for the first time. One of my allies attacks something that comes out of the water.
All right, sounds good. So you basically are going to follow up the first attack from an ally.
Right.
All right, Mo.
I'm going to do the exact same thing, but with a chakram.
Excellent. And Flick.
Am going to use my cunning action to attempt to hide in the shadows over here. And then I will ready an Eldritch Blast for when something. No, not Eldritch Blast. I'll ready a crossbow bolt for when something comes through the waterfall.
All right, sounds good. Your vision is obscured, so you can try to like press yourself against the rock there. It's not going to last for long, but you might get one good shot before they spot you. Go and give me a stealth check. Alrighty. This boy, let's see, what does he got? Alright, you hear heavy footsteps, and he comes roaring. You see this massive, oversized dwarven figure stick his head through the waterfall. It sprays around him, and then a million readied actions all go off at once. I guess we'll just go in initiative order real quick. That'll be Nomad first.
Sure. Here we go. Makes it. No damage.
Yeah.
No effect.
He is a big boy. You are able to lock on, but it's like trying to move a mountain. That means Yule is up next.
What? You broke up for me.
You're up next. This guy is just poked through. Your rated action goes off.
He was larger than they.
Heating up the metal pot.
Yeah, so you see that this entire suit of metal chainmail begins to glow white hot. The waterfall that's falling down on top of it immediately begins to steam and boil off of him. Go ahead and give me 2d8 fire. Excellent, and he cannot drop that, so he is burned and has disadvantage on basically everything as he continues to bake alive inside of his armor. Next up is Gale. If you had a ready action. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't have any.
Gotcha.
I don't think these guys are hostile. Right now, they're only attacking us because we attacked first.
That's fair. Let's see. Elise is dodging. Nordo, you did see a friendly attack, so you can fire if you want. 8 unfortunately goes wide. The water just kind of catches it at a very lucky time and drags it to the ground before it can hit him. Moat. Shock room. Same deal. Tanda just gets swept aside by the waterfall. Flick, you... Let me double check and see if you're hidden. Flick, you are not hidden. He does see you.
Okay.
But you can still do your attack if you'd like. 17 is good. I'm sorry, 17? No, that hits the scalding hot chainmail and bounces right off.
Jeez.
Yeah, he's the tanky boy. And he has miraculously survived all of those readied actions. He is going to reach a hand out. And he makes a fist, he pulls down suddenly, and everything goes quiet. Painfully, starkly silent around all of you.
Around all of us?
Except for Vasu. Vasu,
Aha!
Vasu, it's very clear that he has cast some sort of a spell, but you don't notice any effects.
Gotcha.
Vasu, you hear heavy footsteps. The rest of you hear absolutely nothing, but you can feel the ground tremor beneath your feet as this guy raises a and dashes out into the fray. Vasu, you're up.
Okay. First thing Vasu is gonna do, I'm gonna fly myself closer. Right here. Yeah, perfect. And then I'm gonna sick it as a bonus action. Okay, so as a bonus action, I'm going to spend a key point, and I'm just gonna kind of bend some of the water up from this pool under me and make it lash out toward that dwarf that just ran out with his warhammer, and I need him to make a dex save.
Alright, dexterity saving throw.
I think he makes it, which is a real shame.
I think so too.
I need to figure out what my monkey is real quick. I should have written this down, I'm sorry. But in the meantime, he does take half of this damage. Sorry, I'm just double checking. My monk die is only a d4 at this level, so it takes half of this. Yeah, real good.
Woo! He takes 1 point. Alright, anything else?
That was bonus action. Let me check how much I flew real quick. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna fly over to the other one that I saw cast a spell and kind of sweep around so that I don't hopefully provoke an opportunity attack for the one I just fucked up the spell is.
Alright, you can see that he's kind of panicking and fumbling under this white hot armor. Confused and a little bit terrified of it. Ace, you're up.
Hey!
Yeah,
I still got an action, buddy.
Go for it.
I'm gonna use it to stab this motherfucker right here.
Alright, bring it.
Hey!
I'm
gonna try to stab.
You try. Unfortunately, you can't get a good angle that isn't also going to scald yourself, and you see a couple of openings, but you decide to play it safe, and you aren't able to land a good hit.
Did you just...
Vasu canonically cannot
decides to play it safe.
That's true.
Come on, Bex.
That's true. Okay, fine. You just miss.
Yeah, that's fine. Who put all this fucking water in my way? I can't see nothing.
Yeah, there we go. We got it.
But you're behind the water.
2d8 fire damage.
Wait, what?
It is much better than taking 2d8 fire damage.
Yeah.
Granted, you're attacking with a weapon.
Yeah,
you just wouldn't want to punch it.
I could technically be attacking for reach too.
Yeah,
but
yeah. You just definitely don't want to punch that boy.
Yeah, that's my turn.
All right, Ace. Everything is sharply silent. You hear nothing.
Okay. So how many squares is this guy taking up?
3.
Is this within his range?
Yes, that is next to him.
Could I like step into Moat's range and reach the stout guy without cover? How does that work?
You would have disadvantage because you're shooting through the waterfall. You can't see him clearly. But you
I
could
thought
do
he was.
that.
I thought he was standing in the waterfall itself.
He's effectively like right in the line of it, but he's behind the dotted line.
So he's not poking out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes things complicated. I just have disadvantage. Does disadvantage take away my sneak attack since boss is over there, or no?
It would, yeah.
So even if he's there, it takes away my sneak attack?
Yep, unless you have an advantage from something else.
So, okay. Then I guess I'll just shoot the inept dwarf then.
Alright. You do have sneak on that guy. 17 does also get past his chainmail for 12 total damage.
And then I'm going to step over here behind Moat.
Wait, did you say 17 gets past his chainmail?
The little guy's chainmail, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the one that ran up. That brings us to Nomad. Nomad, everything is perfectly silent.
Perfect. Let's see how far away he is from me. Oh,
There's no verbal on that. It is just S, isn't it? Yep. All right.
yeah, it takes 5 psychic damage to connect with his brain, and then I'm just, I guess, talk round.
Sure, we're back to 20 if you... I mean, you're in a silence, but you can try to talk.
I mean, I'm telepathic.
That's true. That's true.
I don't know how long it's been, but I've always been telepathic.
That is accurate.
Yeah, I'm just like, hey. That's it.
You hear screaming and yelling in a very deep, giant voice. Just war cries.
Be not afraid.
Alright. You'll see. Everything is perfectly silent, but your spell is already up.
I could just keep it up.
I was gonna say, I think it's just an action to do it, right? Or is it a bonus action?
It's just concentration.
Heating up the metal pot. I like how you named it. Yeah.
I've named all my spells.
So you can do a bonus action to do another 2d8 fire.
Yeah, let's do that.
Alright. Oh, he continues to just bake. And you've still got an action if you'd like.
No. I'll take that. That's fine.
You do notice that as you turn up the heat on his own personal oven, the sound rushes back into everyone's ears. The silence drops. And you can hear this guy just scream in this giant booming voice as his armor cooks him alive.
Perfect.
Brings us to Gale.
I assume that it's daytime, right?
It is, yep. About 10:30, 11 a.m.
So sun's fully up.
Yes, but you're tucked very... there's a recess here. You're in dim light.
It's okay. I'm in melee and I have a ranged weapon anyways.
That's fair.
But, yeah. Well, the silence is down now, so I guess I'll just look up at this enormous individual and just say, I'm very sorry about this, and I'm gonna just shoot him in the knee.
Alright. Alright,
16?
yeah. 16 just makes it through. You find an opening in his kneecap armor for 11 piercing. He stumbles, he nearly falls to the ground, but he picks himself up and continues charging towards you, fury in his eyes.
I'm real sorry, Sickum Toto.
Yeah, as he's picking himself up, Toto leaps, but he swats him to the side.
Damn. I mean, he's a wolf. He should really have pack.
Right? I was
tactics.
actually about to ask if he had pack tactics.
He doesn't.
It's a shame.
He just looks like he should.
Definitely looks like he should. Alright. Well,
Yeah.
Elise is gonna steal the kill.
She better fucking not.
Maybe she won't. Who
God,
knows?
The NPC.
I know, I'm so sorry. She doesn't. Okay, she doesn't steal the kill. Nordo.
Nordo gets to steal the kill. How deep is this water?
Right here, it's only about 5 feet, but it goes deeper as you go out.
So difficult terrain to move through it.
Yeah, difficult terrain.
Alright, even with difficult terrain, I can get. Is that space one? Is that in any of the giant spaces? Or is that right between them?
Right between them, touching both of them.
Perfect. And then I will recklessly attack the inept dwarf first.
Alright. They're both looking real bad. Oh, man. That is enough.
And then I will recklessly attack the other dwarf.
Do you get 2 attacks a turn already?
A bonus action attack. Yo, I'm a monk.
Oh my god, you're a monk. Alright, yeah, go for it.
Monks with reckless attack.
Very tempted to take it like one level dip. In the
Alright,
barbarian.
you get them both. Tell me how you do it.
Oh, thank God. I go splashing through the water with my quarterstaff drawn, and I pivot up on top of it with surprising nimbleness for a turtle, and I kick my leg across the jaw of an inept dwarf and just crack his ridiculous giant dwarf jaw. And then as I'm coming off of the quarterstaff that I was using to prop myself up with, I carry the momentum through and just crack the other one in the back of the skull.
Yeah, nimbly landing a foot between all of the heated plate armor elements of the guy's chainmail. Both of their necks snap and crackle, and they each land in opposite directions. And as they do, you can see that they each drop the weapon that they were holding, as well as, I don't think either one of them had a shield. But yeah, everything goes quiet, except for the sound of the rushing water.
Time for some loot.
Well, at least we made quick work of it.
Great
And,
work, guys. I totally helped.
Good job, everybody. We did it.
And our friend here kept it quiet for us, so hopefully no one inside heard much of anything.
Can I search the bodies to see if they have anything interesting on them?
Sure can. Give me an investigation. They are each carrying a very large weapon of some sort. One of them had like a little bit of jerky, and by jerky I mean like an entire leg of goat that has been salted and dried. They each have a water skin that seems to contain salt water. But you do find that each of them, tucked into their pockets, has a rather small compared to them, but large compared to you, about the size of maybe like a softball, golden statue of a cat with green, like little gem eyes.
Do I recognize this?
Give me a religion check.
Could I do a religion check?
Damn it!
Sure, you can give me a religion check.
As I look it over, and I like also point out to Elise. I ask her like, "Is this familiar to you?"
She points to her shield, and you can see that she's got a golden signal or insignia of a golden cat with wings and green eyes.
Gotcha.
She says out loud, "Bast," and then to you telepathically, "The god or goddess, it changes. Old god."
Oh.
Does religion proficiency matter in this?
No, you can go for it.
Yeah.
You've
I
studied
had
this.
expertise, but like I rolled a natural one.
Yeah, you still remember a little bit from your earlier visions. The name sounds vaguely familiar to you.
Not bad.
Flick. You've heard of it. You know that Bast is a goddess of change, She's one of the big five. She's pretty common throughout most of the world. She doesn't have really any really strong associations with dwarves, but she also doesn't have a really strong association with anyone in particular. She just kind of shows up all over the place.
Interesting.
Gale, yeah.
Just once people are done kind of looting the bodies and stuff, I'll use Toto and try and drag the bodies into the water and kind of hide them under the crashing water, so that, just leave bodies exposed.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of work, but the water helps a lot. The water kind of pushes them down towards the middle of the bowl or the basin here, and they start to kind of drift a little bit.
I mean, they're wearing chainmail. I assume they
Yeah.
sink.
Oh, they do.
Just they'll
Within
float over the
moments-
next month or two.
Yep.
Well, within moments, the water turns completely red. I don't think they have that much blood.
I was going to say most of their injuries were either scalding or bludgeoning. They had a couple of shots. There's a little bit of blood.
Yeah.
But it rushes very quickly down the river. The waterfall carries it quickly. Nordo,
Stainless.
as you kind of make your way behind this waterfall, you notice two things. The first is that there's a very large door directly in front of you. It seems to be made of this red polished stone. And there are two little cubby holes, one on each of the doors that meet up in the middle. Two little cubby holes like that. You also notice that scrawled on the wall, something in Giant. I don't believe any of you guys speak Giant, right?
No.
Perfect. All right.
I just actually wanted to step up to the door and just put my ear up to it and just listen and see if I hear anything on the other side.
Sure, give me a perception check. While you're doing that, Ace, you kind of look up and you can see that probably a good 60 or 70 feet up, there is a huge door, almost the size of a big garage door that is made of that same polished redstone material. And you can see that poking out through the middle of it from the seam is this canvas that's dragged down by the water as the waterfall kind of rushes over it. And there's bits of rope tied around it.
Hey, Vasu,
Hey, what?
come here.
I'll walk over.
Do you see that? What's that? Can you hoist me up there?
Of course I can get you up there. Hold on tight. I'll fly you
Okay.
up there.
All right, Norda, you listen carefully. This is a thick-ass door. You listen carefully, and you have everybody get quiet. You don't really hear anything coming from the other side, but you don't really hear even the sound of flowing water or wind or anything. Most of what you do hear is drowned out by the waterfall. It's a little bit hard to say.
Okay.
But you don't hear anything. Gale. Or did we already get you?
All right.
Nordo, we got you. Brings us to Ace.
I'm just having.
Hoisted up.
Yep.
All right. Vasu, as you kind of grab Ace and you hoist him up, you see the same thing. It's a good 50 or 60 feet up. There's not a good landing area in front of it. It seems to just be kind of carved directly into this rocky wall here. Is this large, smooth stone doorway with a seam running down the middle of it that is closed tight. And you can see that kind of smashed between the two is this canvas. And up close you can tell that it looks like a very large balloon made of canvas or leather that has some rope netting wound around it.
This is fascinating.
Does this look like the balloon of the airship that me and Mo were on?
It looks very similar, but deflated.
Right.
Ace is holding on tight to Vasu as he's trying to inspect it at the same time.
I believe this might be our ship, or at least a part of it.
Yeah.
Well, what the fuck is it doing all the way up here?
It's probably an entrance that they used.
Ah.
Probably got to go through the front door.
I want to try to just pull this door open.
Sure. How are you getting up there? Because it's 50 or 60 feet up. And
Oh, it is. I'm sorry, I missed
Yeah.
that part of the
Yeah,
description.
I'm having Vasu fly me up there.
Okay, never mind. I don't try to do that.
All right, we can go back down.
I would like to just like kind of on a lark here because I like the water. Get into the water and see if there's anything like on the bed of this little pond lake.
Sure, you kind of take a quick little dive around. You can see that there's a lot of trash that's been thrown down there, including a lot of like humanoid corpses, and also animal corpses and bones. That is kind of settled across the bottom. It's probably about a good 15 feet at the deepest point here. Give me a perception check. You do notice that there are a couple of just very small cracks, kind of over in this direction, where the water seems to flow downward instead of down the stream. But they're like a few inches wide at the widest places. But it hints that there's probably some sort of cave system that some of this water flows down into.
Gotcha. Well, everyone, it's pretty gnarly down there. A lot of bodies.
Fun.
I'm
Were
assuming
they the
Basu has flown
passenger?
us back down at this point.
Yeah.
Would you think they were the passengers of the ship?
A code.
Possibly, but there were a lot of them. I suspect it's more than just that. Also, I neglected to mention this earlier, but there's some writing on this wall over here. I don't know if anyone can read it.
I'm going to start writing it down in my notebook.
Sure.
Giant uses dwarfish letters, right?
Yeah, you can tell that it's actually very similar to Dwarvish. Do you speak Dwarvish?
I speak dwarvish.
Give me an intelligence check. It takes you a little bit of time and studying and a little bit of guesswork. But because you speak Dwarvish, and because this is a weird dialect that's halfway between Giant and Dwarvish, you're eventually able to put a couple of runes together that seem kind of familiar. And the best that you can decipher this, you think this, in some weird amalgamation of Giant and Dwarvish.
Cat frog. I take the statues and I put them in the water and just see what happens.
All right, you put them in the water and you pull them out and they get wet. They're pretty heavy.
I point out to Ace the two grooves on the door that are over here.
Oh, haha. Yes.
I'm not a learned man, but I have a suspicion.
I'm going to investigate, I guess, the little holes in the door.
Yeah, you just see that there's two little square holes in the door. Put there. They have a little flat shelf, and you can see that there's a lack of dust that indicates that things have been placed in and taken off of these shelves pretty frequently. Little scratch marks.
Are there any like markings or anything on these statues? Like any runes or anything?
Looking around them very carefully, you can see that the bases are a little bit scratched up, but no runes, no markings.
Are they exactly the same as each other, or is there any differences between the two statues?
There are very minor differences just from, they're not perfectly identical, but they're pretty close. They look like they were made to be identical. It's just,
Do they look like frogs?
Minor imperfections. They both look like cats.
Were they made as cats, but the crafter was kind of not very good and kind of made them look.
On the contrary, they look very well made. They look well sculpted. They're very obviously cats.
Gotcha.
Can I?
Sorry, go ahead.
Can I search the water for a frog?
Sure. You take another close look around. You got a 22 on that perception. You look for any sort of glinting or gleaming of gold. You do find...
No, I mean like a frog.
Live frog?
Literally a frog.
Sure. Yeah, you take a look around. You find a couple of crawdads. I guess give me a luck check.
What's happening? Can I make a religion check to see if there are frog gods?
You don't see any frogs down there, Nordo. You see a couple of crawdads, a couple of minnows, But honestly, the water here is a little bit too volatile for a lot
Okay.
of life, especially since it's so salty and it's such a short distance before it gets to that canyon.
In the meantime, I gather the crawdads to make a gumbo later.
Yeah, easy enough.
I literally had that earlier today. It was so good.
Nomad, go and give me a religion check, and then Moat, what's up?
So, my training on Bast with the Order, does this look like a temple to Bast to me? Or do I get any kind of, like, what's going on here? Or.
Go and give me a religion check as well.
Also, I just want to say that just because I translated frog, this isn't exactly Dwarvish, so it could have just been a mistranslation. It could be a rabbit hole.
Hard to tell without seeing the inside of it, but just based on this doorway, it seems kind of reasonable. This could be like an old temple.
Can we just try putting the statues in these cubby holes and see what happens?
Of course.
You can try it.
Hey, Nordo and Bossy, you want to put them in the door?
I think I would like to stand a great distance away while somebody else puts them in the door.
I'll put one in.
All right, which one do you put it in?
I'll put a cat and a cat. Left.
One cat in the left. And it's
I'm
in
gonna have
there.
my bow drawn just in case.
All right.
Hey, I ain't going nowhere near any of those doors anymore.
Alright,
Yeah,
everyone back up. I'll do the second one.
They're giving me the real heebie-jeebies. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I always,
You're
what I
very-
say, I always trust my gut.
You're
And they're
very
telling me,
brave,
Vasu, you better not go anywhere near those fucking doors. There's just trouble behind them. So I'm gonna be right back here. Vasu just like loads like 3 stones into his head.
All right. Ace, what's up?
How long has it been since the battle?
Like 10 minutes.
Okay, cool. I'm keeping track of because I still have my hunters marked for like an hour,
Yeah.
so 50 minutes of it left.
You're still good for a while. All right. There's a cat resting in the left cubicle.
Once everybody kind of backs up, I'll put the second one in.
All right. You put it in. The cat on the left glows very briefly, and then you see its form shifts and it becomes a frog, but nothing else happens.
What?
It's Bast, you guys. Have you never heard of Bast?
Do we need to switch them around?
God of change.
God of uncertainty, randomness, evolution.
So the second one, maybe.
Should we swap the spots of the two of them? Or is the door unlocked now?
You push on the door, it's not budging.
I have
I
a
guess we
feeling
should-
when we change them out, the other cat's going to change into a frog as well. But
Well,
let's find out, I suppose.
it does say the cat's on the left and the frog on the right. Maybe
just
they
get a
have to be
feeling.
placed at the same time.
All right, I'll do the frog. You do the cat, Moat.
Can do.
Walk me through what you're doing, one step at a time.
Nordo is grabbing the statue that is currently a frog,
Okay.
pulling it out of the door.
Okay, when you do, 2 things happen at once. The first thing that happens is you and it immediately reverts to a cat.
Troubling.
The second thing that happens is the cat, remaining in the door, glows bright white for a second, ejects itself out onto the floor, and this tiny little spectral image of a cat standing in its place looks at you, hisses, leaps at you, and you take 1 psychic damage as it just leaps into your skull, and you feel this scratching, clawing at the base of your neck. And then you hear the golden statue of the cat kind of tumbling across the ground.
Did everybody else just see what I saw?
They did. If they were
Most fascinating.
Yeah, I sure did.
Hmm.
Put it in the right
Just-
door first and then the left door. We just did it backwards.
Do I know whether Dwarvish is written left to right or right to left?
Left or right.
Gotcha.
Probably not a bad idea, Moat. I'm going to
Yeah.
grab the statue that had turned into a frog and
Alright.
place it into the right door.
All right.
I'll grab the second one.
All right. And you putting it
And
in?
then, yeah. Yep.
And when you do, one on the right begins to glow and change into a frog, and there is a loud thumping click. Dust scatters across the ground, and the door opens up. What is now very, very obviously an old, weary, dusty temple that has long since been taken over by these dwarf giants. You see scattered piles of clothing, half-eaten food. In the back corner, there is sort of a crackling fire that started to go out. And you can see that there are two doors in large archways along the left side, as well as a double door against the far wall that has 4 cubby holes.
Can I look for traps?
Sure can. Give me a perception check.
Yeah,
Hold on.
keep your eyes open.
I want to follow as he's doing that and not looking for traps, but just listening for movement and action beyond these doors.
Sure. Give me a perception check. Ace, you take a look around, up and down and across the bottom, and you don't spot any sort of traps. But you do see, very faintly, that the second door over on the left pops open for a second. You see a giant eye kind of peek through it, and then close the door again. Nordo is checking out the first door as that happens. Nordo with a 14. Let me double check. You hear two... they're trying to be quiet, but they're just so big and bellowing. You hear hushed giant voices whispering to each other on the other side of this door.
All right, I quickly motion for everyone silently to come up to this door.
I hold a hand up.
Yes.
And I just... Yeah. Where are you at, Nomad?
Over here.
Nordo.
I tug on Nomad's tentacle.
Ah.
Nordo. Nordo.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Yes.
Nordo.
Yes.
I saw someone peeking up near the door as well.
And as he says that, and as you guys are starting to get into position, there are 2 thundering steps rushing from the opposite side of the door, as well as the sound of the northern door rushing open all at once as these dwarf giants spring their surprise, not catching you by surprise, but you can see that several of these dwarves are now pouring out into this main temple, and that will be initiative. What's up, Ace?
Are these pillars or just marks on the floor?
Pillars, floor to ceiling.
Cool. Yeah, Vasu was hiding behind one of those, and hopefully I could have prepared an attack. I don't know. Still spinning my sling.
You're ready to go. It kind of just depends on initiative.
Yeah.
They were trying to surprise you, you were trying to surprise them, and both sides failed,
Right.
so it just turns into regular initiative.
The team.
Did they actually open the doors or no?
They did, and I will show it.
What the fuck? Did Moat get a decent roll?
Right? What the hell?
Don't mention it, it won't happen again.
Hey, Peck, did you set up Ace's custom initiative macro yet?
I sure did.
Oh, damn it. The streak is over.
Streaks come to an end. Alright, busting through you, you can see that there is a well-armored dwarf giant as well as 2 slightly less armored ones behind it. And Vasu, you can see the door kick open in front of you. There is an equally large and imposing giant, as well as one with this big horned helmet behind it. And the one with the horned helmet has this big, heavy iron chain leash that he lets go of, and you can see what appears to be a rhinoceros covered in scaly armadillo armor come charging out into the room towards you. Let's see who's first to react. It's Ace.
So all the doors are open.
All the doors are open. The two on the left, anyway, and the one behind you. Northern door is still closed.
Can I see him around this pillar? How does that work?
Where are you at? Which one are you trying to see? Yeah, he's got a little bit of cover. He's got half cover.
So I was here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this within melee range or no?
You're taking up these 3 spaces, so no.
Okay. Is this a clear shot of him?
It is, yeah. Open shot.
And I'm assuming that I can't get a clear shot to Mr. Bighorns, right?
No, he'll have half cover because you're shooting through a creature.
All right, then I'm going to put my mark on the buff guy, and then I'm going to take my 2 shots.
All right, fire away. 13 misses, but you have advantage, I think, because he hasn't acted yet.
Oh, then I meant to put advantage. Okay, I'll do it again. Or should I just roll a...
Just roll
I'll
another
just do it
attack.
all over again.
We'll take the first one's damage if it hits. 21 does hit for 14 damage. And then your second attack with advantage. No sneak on that one. 24 for another 9, or sorry, for another 15. Woo! He's still up, but he was not ready for that.
And then I'm going to back up. Actually, I'm going to back up. Let's see, 1, 2.
Well done.
Yeah, I was going to back up over here, I guess.
Alright.
Oh, wait. Here. I'll back up.
Alright, brings us to Moat.
Tight. Okay, I'm just gonna dip my head into this little room right here, and I'm going to cast Burning Hands, which should hit all of them.
Fuck, it sure will. Okay. That's a dex save from all of them, right?
It is.
Oh, that's good damage, too. Alright, so the 2 in the back. Top one saves for 6, the bottom one takes all 12. And then the closer one also fails for another full 12. This gout of flames immediately erupts and just fills that room with flames. You can see that some bedding, a couple of just old, worthless paintings go up in flames. Their clothing is tattered and starting to catch. They all come running out through the flames toward you, trying to get away from the heat. Anything else?
Am I in this main guard's range?
There's a space between you. Taking up these 3 spaces.
Okay, cool. I will just dip around this corner then.
Alright. That brings us to Gale.
Cool. Well, Gale doesn't feel great about this, but he's gonna shoot the mean guard.
He looks real mean. Nine, unfortunately, no good.
Do I have pack tactics?
No, there's a space between that and Nordo, unfortunately.
Fair. Then, I'm going to use a bonus action to command Toto to go and bite their faces off.
Alright. If you wanted to ready your action for when Toto got up there for pack tactics, I'd let you do that. If you thought Nordo was in range.
It's okay.
Okay. 20 is good for 5. He runs in just as the flames subside. Tries to go for the throat. Brings us to Flick.
Okay, considering there's too many people down here, I'm gonna move up here. And can I shoot the buff door from here?
You can, yep.
Okay, and do I have sneak?
Not unless you have some way to give yourself advantage. You could try to be sneaky as you approach. You could, like, pop out from that pillar if you wanted, using your cunning action.
Okay, I'll do that.
Alright, give me a stealth check. Gotta beat a 12. Oh no, sorry, you gotta beat a 17. Unfortunately, he sees you coming. No sneak.
That's fine. I'm not sneaky today.
These things happen. 22 is still good for 6. And he was already riddled by Ace. Your shot is enough. It goes in the temple and out the other side, and he drops, kind of slumps against the wall.
Ooh.
Was he the one holding the Rhinodillo leash?
No, that was the one behind him. But that
Rats.
leash has been let go of anyway.
Oh.
Scoot back here.
Alright. The dwarf giant's turn. Oh my god, they're so far and so stuffed back here. Let's see. The one in the back does that exact same motion, the one on the top left over here, and drops a silence all over this party.
Even me? Yeah, you can't fucking shut me up, pal.
A lot of, but not quite all of it.
I telepathically say that. You should aim a little higher up.
Let's see. The one back here is going to grab a javelin, and it is going to... Gordo, you have cover from Toto. It's a +2 to your AC. That is a big old miss. Which brings us back to Elise. Elise is going to... Nobody's hurt. Is going to come back over here and stay with Vasu. And dodge brings us to Vasu.
Okay. So Vasu kind of pokes his head around this pillar, still spinning his sling, and then seeing much more enemies and larger enemies than he was probably expecting to find or hoping to find back there. He's just gonna kind of let that go to him, let that slow, and I'm gonna launch a firebolt at the Rhinodillo instead.
Alright, he's got a little bit of cover, but you got a shot to him.
How much cover?
Half cover?
I'll do it on the Flame Tongue instead.
All right.
Out of character, I know that's probably a bad idea because he's got like Flame Tongue in his name and some shit that he's probably resistant to something. But Vasu don't know that, so he's just gonna give him a wicked firebolt.
Alright, go for it.
Firebolt!
16. He pulls out this flaming lance, and basically deflects it like a lightsaber deflecting a blaster shot.
Oh shit, that's wicked cool. You gotta show me how to do that before I kick your face in, pal.
I like the name.
Me too.
Anything else?
Fireball.
Firebolt! Vasu shouted that every time he can.
He would too.
Just gonna duck back behind.
Alright. Excellent. Let's see. This guard is going to pull out a short sword, which compared to all of you is not short by any stretch of the imagination. And he's just going to bring it slamming down on Toto, trying to carve a path to get through here.
Dirty bitch.
Oh my god, they can't
Get
hit
fucked.
shit! Yeah, Toto is able to just very easily dodge out of the way.
That damage though.
Right? Like, you know, if only it hit. Alright. That brings us to Nordo.
Well, this is a pickle because I've got Toto. I can't step into Toto's space to attack and then step back, can I?
You can, but you'd be squeezing when you made the attack.
Yeah. Crazy.
And you'd also be squeezing when he made his opportunity attack as he left.
Right.
Could you squeeze around him? Around Toto?
No, because the guard is blocking the whole doorway
Yeah.
as well. So what I do instead is I reach into my satchel and pull out the pistol that I pulled off of that gangster the other day and fire it at Mean Guard.
Excellent. Alright. He's got +2 because firing through a creature, but give me a shot.
Toto isn't that big, is he?
No, but
It's medium.
he's
Oh, he's big.
16 unfortunately just hits his helmet and planks right off of it. Toto didn't even get in the way of that one.
Nordo drops it, very scared by the kickback, and
Like,
will spend his movement just backing up.
Yeah, there's way more force to it than you were expecting from that tiny little thing. Notably, you didn't hear shit because of the silence. Nomad,
Don't drop that.
likewise, Nomad, you don't hear anything. Nordo, yep, okay.
I'm just like, this is nice.
It's peaceful.
It's very quiet. It's peaceful for once.
And actually, I'm going to. I'm going to step up right there and use my bonus action on patient defense.
Alright, sounds good. Up there, you do get your hearing back.
Okay.
Ah,
But yeah, back to you, Nomad.
right. So let's see. I can step into a space. I don't want to. Toto's in danger though. But so am I. I am a squishy boy. What am I thinking? Here. Listen to my calm, soothing voice. This guy, main guard.
Alright, Mingard listens to your calm, soothing voice.
They go back here.
And
He
doesn't
made-
seem to mind.
Yeah, it's so soothing. I talked to him about radishes, and I'm like, you know, have I ever told you the time I ran out of radishes?
Alright, let's see. Renadillo sees you getting ready to block the door. Does he have 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah. Alright. He does this. You see he actually tucks into a ball, like right on. You can take an opportunity attack. But you can take your opportunity attack first. Unfortunately, you just miss. It hits the plating as he curls into a ball. It seems that the defensive stance he takes as he rolls gives just enough protection to block that.
Trouble.
Oh my god, I love these creatures.
And then it slams into you. Missing terribly for amazing damage.
That would have one shot.
Damn it!
Literally would have knocked me unconscious.
Holy heck! That hit so hard.
Does the damage increase every round that he uses rollout?
I wish. I didn't want to get too Pokemon with it.
Okay.
I wish you would have.
I was just wondering if the other guy's name was Whitney.
Alright, that brings us to You'll See. You'll See, you are silenced.
That means I can't cast any spells that use verbal, right?
Yeah, anything with verbal.
So every bard spell ever.
With
Yeah.
that said, you have seen Vasu cast a spell up there.
You saw me very angrily flapping my beak, producing fire. Can you see read lips?
Who knows, man?
Or
Read
beak?
beaks.
Yeah, can you read if you read beaks, you very distinctly saw Vasu yell, "Firebolt, motherfucker!"
Mm,
And then he threw a firebolt, motherfucker.
I was gonna take a couple steps back then because I'm pretty much useless at this point.
Yeah, as you... show me where you step back. Okay, still silence there. Still silence there. Do you dash to get over there?
If you go one space down, you don't have to dash.
Still in silence. Still in silence. And you can hear.
What's this thing in front of me?
The brown diamond thing?
Yes.
That is just a pillar. It runs floor to ceiling.
Can I see into the bottom room from here?
You can. There's a lot of cover, but you could see that mean guard. You could try to hit him. You would have a lot of AC from the cover.
What if I'm just trying to find a spot in the room that I can see?
You could do that. You can definitely see anything kind of in that lower right corner.
It's like if I did this.
All right, Yule reaches into her bag and pulls out these tiny little sugary rock candies, hucks them into the room, and there's just this rocking explosion that several of you don't hear but do feel. And what is the range on that 10-foot radius sphere? Yeah, you can hit all three from there.
Yes.
All right, they need con saves. Also, what is your movement?
25's your halfling, right?
Yes.
And what's your save?
I wouldn't have been able to move that far then. Never mind.
Okay, I was going to say, that seemed like a lot of movement.
Yeah.
If you cast it on a later turn, I'll keep those saves.
Yeah.
Alright, anything else? Or are you dashing to get up there?
I was dashed.
Alright, sounds good. This guy is now blocked in by the Renadillo and by Nordo, and he's not okay with that. How far does this go? Oh, perfect, okay. He is going to squeeze. He is going to get... and with this flaming lance, he swirls it over his head a couple times, and as he does, it ignites. He brings it down in a chopping motion like he's going to hit you, Nordo, but it stops a few inches short and then releases a gout of flames in a line that hits you and Vasu. Vasu, you have +2 from cover against this. Nordo, you do not.
Is this a dex save?
It is a dex save, and Vasu has +2 to it.
Does danger sense apply to this?
No, but dodge does, so you have advantage.
Okay.
Actually, danger sense might also, but you're dodging anyway.
It does.
So Vasu, you take 7.
I think it would.
And you also take 7, so you each take 7 fire damage. And then he is can take an opportunity attack.
I used it against the
Oh, that's right.
already.
That's right. Okay, in that case, he's going to use or let me see, you're pretty strong. What does he feel like doing? Yeah, he'll try and overrun, so give me an athletics check.
Can I sell you on having advantage on that because of patient defense?
I would let you do it for acrobatics because of dex saves, but this is more of a strength thing.
Okay. Athletics, you said?
Yeah, you just got to beat 9.
Fuck this giant.
Oh no, where is it?
I'm still here. It's a 23.
Oh, weird, it didn't show up for me.
I think
Oh,
roll
there it
20
goes.
is acting up. Yeah.
So yeah, he tries to follow behind this gout of fire and just shoulder check you and squeeze past. But you hold your ground and you force him back into the room here. And that brings us back up to the top to Ace.
God damn it, Nordo. Blocking everything. I can't
Sorry
shoot.
for protecting you from this Rhinodillo.
Ah. All right. How much? Just what is the penalty for attacking either the Rhinodillo?
Right now it's just a +2 from Nordo.
All right, but I still get sneak attack and all that shit.
Sure do.
I guess I'll move my hunter's mark onto him then. Is he a humanoid armadillo?
Sure isn't. Uh, 11 is no good, unfortunately.
Then I'll move over here next to Birdie. Whoop. Hold on. I'm gonna move back down here.
Alright, as you step down there, just as you move into that spot, you everything goes silent. Moat, you're up.
Okay. So if I share the space with Toto, I'm squeezing, right?
Yep, disadvantage on attacks.
Yeah. Okay, I will step behind him right here. Can I see main guard from where I am?
Yep.
I will just try to throw a chakram at him.
Alright, sounds good. Brings up a heavy iron gauntlet and just swats it to the side.
Cool. I'll back on the corner.
Alright, Gale.
Excellent. So I'm going to move up here. I'm going to shoot the mean guard.
24 is solid for 14 piercing damage. Big gout of blood sprays against the corner of that room.
And Toto's hopefully going to finish him off.
Nope. It was a good try, though.
Okay. I guess for the sake of Toto and my companions, he's going to back up.
Alright, he will take a swing. Uh, 15 for 10?
15 is a hit.
I was gonna say, he's been tanking like a champ. Alright, that brings us to Flick.
Okay, moving up here, and just a +2. Right?
Yeah, +2 from Nordo, but you do get Sneak.
Cool.
Ooh! Ooh!
Ooh.
Sex.
Yeah, that is 22 piercing damage, and every single bit of it connects. You find a soft spot in the underbelly of this thing.
Neat. Okay, then I'm just gonna move back away.
Alright, yeah, it rears back, its horn slams into the wall beside it a couple times, reeling in pain. This thing finally sees an opening to get out there. It's gonna have to squeeze a bit to do so. So this attack is on disadvantage against Moat.
Oh, is it in total space?
It is squeezing down to the size of a medium creature.
Oh.
Uh, 22 for 15 against Moat.
Disadvantage is a 10. Disadvantage is a 10.
Right, disadvantage because he's squeezing. You're absolutely right.
Definitely does not hit.
Alright, and he is still stuck in an awkward position back there. This guy doesn't want to press his luck that much. He's going to throw a javelin at Toto. 20 for 9 on Toto. Even with cover that's 18, I think still hits.
Yep.
Woo! Brings us to Elise. Elise can't do a ton, but here, bring her sword on her shield and try to get this Rhinodillo off.
Gross.
Gross. Stop that. Not having any of that. Brings us to Vasu.
Okay. I'm gonna fly up. Nordo. I'm going to reach past Nordo and just Rhinodillo with my.
Oh my god, guys, calm down.
Oh shit.
He's just a poor boy. Yeah, you and Flick each catch one side of him as Nordo kind of ducks. The two of you just spring over him. It's still up and going, but you've nearly decapitated this thing. There's these two massive gouts of blood across the sides of his neck.
Cool. How bad does he look?
Pretty bad. He's bloodied.
Okay. I'm gonna spend a point and do a flurry. That's a shame.
8 misses and 12. Unfortunately, Nordo stands up a little bit too early and blocks it.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kick. That wasn't meant for you. Then I'm gonna fly back.
All right.
That's all right, buddy. It didn't make it through my shell.
All right. Mean Guard is to bring it down. Is gonna step. It's got to try to just get Toto out of the way so that everybody can stop squeezing. Is gonna bring the short sword down on Toto. 14 for 16?
Misses.
Whoop! Alright, and then his bonus action, he's going to try to squeeze and overrun. So I need athletics from Toto. Oh, he gets free. Okay, finally. He still has to squeeze this spot right here. But he does make it out, finally. And that brings us to Nordo.
Okay, I will start with a quarterstaff attack on the Rhinodillo.
23 for 7. He's still up. But that is a hit.
Mother F. I will use my bonus action for... Fuck, just a...
That is enough to finish him off.
Sweet Jesus.
Kind of shove this room.
Okay, so after I get done, like, hitting him across the head with the quarterstaff and then just kicking him right up underneath the chest and crushing some internal organs, I will look at the wild-eyed flame tongue and realize I'm in a bit over my head and back.
Alright, brings us to Nomad. Everything is still silent.
Right. I know which one cast that sounds, right?
Yes. It looks
I
like
saw
the one in the back. Disciplined.
Move it. Sorry, everyone broke off. Which one was the one that cast silence?
Disciplined.
Discipline. Okay. So I'm gonna do something wonky here. I'm gonna try and like get this one and discipline. Can I get them if I stand like here?
Yeah, because he's squeezing, you can do that.
Yeah. And let's see. So he puts a hand on the side of his head, and you see pulling his hood back. His purple skin starts doing that weird strobe effect, and he lets out a mind blast.
Sick. That's 2 int saves, right?
Yeah. DC 15. Right. One of them succeeds.
Closest one succeeds. The far back one fails and takes the damage.
Yeah. The far one is also stunned.
Stunned also is
And
incapacitated, which means the silence goes away. Everybody can hear again.
Yeah. I'm gonna stay here, I guess. And he takes 5. The other one takes what? 2 damage.
2 damage.
And am I still squishing? I'll just move back here.
All right.
I think he gets an attack.
He will. It's a disadvantage because he's squeezing.
Yeah.
12.
12. No, he misses.
All right.
My AC is 14 with mage armor.
Woo! All right. Rhinodillo, unfortunately, is no more. Which brings us to Yulsi.
Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and cash out.
All right. Where you throwing that?
As close to the middle as I can, so I can try and hit them all.
Yeah. What's the
Like right in the doorway. That's 60 feet.
Or sorry, what's the size of the area?
10 foot radius.
All right, throw that bad boy wherever you want it.
Toto,
I
no.
cannot.
What? Really? Hang on, let me get it.
Yes.
There you go. Try now.
If not, you can find those. Okay, that works. future reference, you can find those in the second tab there.
I was just lazy letting him do it.
Excellent work.
Good luck, Moat.
Alright, are you throwing it there, hitting Moat and Toto?
I mean, it's the only place I can hit all three of them, so.
Alright, so I need saves from Moat and from Toto, but then also from all three of them. As this bag of pop rocks just explodes. We'll keep you.
Doesn't Toto have disadvantage? Doesn't Toto have disadvantage because he's a construction?
He's mostly wood and metal, right?
6 regardless.
What's the save? Con?
Con, yeah. Go ahead and roll your damage. Yule.
Oh, I thought you were just gonna use the damage more.
Moat gonna get hit.
What?
Scrolling up to find it. 16 thunder. These two both die. As all of these pop rocks explode and shatter, just gouts of blood pop out of each of their ears. They scream and hold their hands to their heads, their eyes roll back, and they clatter to the ground. This guy takes half the damage, and he is not looking that much better. He is also bleeding from the ears, but he's still up.
Ooh. What was the damage?
Yeah,
16.
don't see the damage. Oh, is roll 20 lagging?
No, it's from back there.
Oh,
We're
gotcha.
using the one from before. Toto goes down. Moat looks a little hurt. Anything else, Yule?
No.
All right. Let's see. This flame tongue finally able to get out. Here. Come right to this door. Holds this flaming lance up. Prays for a recharge. Ooh, that's what I like to see. Alright, and he sends a gout of flame down, this time not in a line, but in a cone, catching Nordo, Flick, and Ace.
No.
Flick, you have +2 from cover.
I don't have cover from Nordo's giant body?
Unfortunately not. Woo! All of you make it, so you'll take 4 fire damage. And then at the bottom of the round, there is stomping and the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from that back door. It swings wide open, revealing an even larger dwarf giant, accompanied by 2 velociraptors.
I'm sorry, what?
I beg your pardon.
Velociraptor.
Did you say velociraptors?
One more time, please.
Actually, they're Deinonychus, but nobody knows what that is, so I'm going to call them velociraptors.
They're tiny.
Odd-colored warlord.
He is a little odd-colored.
Why's it gotta be about color?
Is his name Trump?
Yes.
Alright. They both cinematic. And he closes the stone door behind him. And that brings us back to the top of the round. Ace, you're up.
What is okay? So are these velociraptors providing cover for the oddly colored warlord?
Currently, no. He's tall enough that you can shoot over him. This is a tall chamber.
Perfect. Then I'm going to move my mark to him. Move down here, out of the way, and I'm going to shoot my bow at him.
Alright.
Fuck.
With lightning fast reflexes, he whips this massive warhammer up. It sings this horrible song like wind is flowing through holes in it as it just smacks the arrow out of the sky.
And then I end my turn over here.
Alright. Moat.
Okay, so first of all, I cast Cure Wounds on myself for my action.
Good.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay, with my movement, I will step right up here. And then, as I'm kind of like holding my hand to my chest, trying to like cure myself a bit, there's a couple of sparks from underneath my armor, and I will cast Mantle of Flames as my bonus action.
Woo!
Hot.
Alright, sick.
Vasu looks visibly aroused.
Visibly.
Holy shit.
The feathers on the top of his head stand up.
Straight up.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that brings us to Gale.
Gale looks horrified.
Does the bright light of Moat give Gale disadvantage now?
No, it's not sunlight.
Yeah, Gale looks horrified because Toto is stricken down by somebody he thought was a companion. But being pragmatic and logical, he is going to begrudgingly move forward, reaches down to his leg and pulls a little cord and like breaks a little pipe that's in it, and a bunch of fluid starts spilling out. I'm gonna cast Grease over here.
Sick.
Ooh, fancy.
Oh.
Alright, is there anything immediate or is that on their turn?
Yeah, I think it's when the
When the grease
Dex
appears.
save.
when it appears.
Alright, there's a whole bunch of shit that needs to do that. That falls prone. He falls prone. Everything falls prone.
Excellent.
There's just a clusterfuck, a cacophony, as these dwarf giants tumble all over themselves, carefully trying not to smash his precious pet, Deinonychus.
Alright, I've done what I can, and then I'm gonna, with the rest of my movement, run over to Toto, cradle his poor body.
Alright, he's still kicking, he looks at you, he wants to go. You can give me a death save for him. Alright, Flick.
Okay, seeing this opportunity, I'm going to hop up here. Elise is next to the warlord, right? So if I shoot him, I should have sneak. Well, I guess I'd have advantage anyway because he's prone.
Yep.
Disadvantage from prone.
Disadvantage
Oh.
because of prone if you're shooting.
Yeah, it's advantage if you're within 5 feet, disadvantage if you're not within 5 feet. Doesn't matter what kind of weapon you're using.
Fine. Can I sneak like behind him and then hit him?
Sure, because the other one's prone, I'll allow it. Unfortunately.
Oh man.
Yeah, as
Wow,
you're trying to
that's a
sneak around, the flame tongue kind of scrambles and kicks, kind of shoves you into the wall awkwardly. You're not able to get a good angle.
Bonus action dash away, sadly.
He will take the disadvantaged opportunity attack. Yeah, it's got to be this. Disadvantage. 15?
I forget what my AC is. 1 second. AC is 15, so that hits.
Alright.
Oh no, you don't have a shield.
16 damage, some of which is psychic damage, as you feel ancient wounds that you don't think you've ever actually had, just all stack up upon you. Which brings us to this boy. They are all dead. Which brings us to Basu.
Okay, so I was kind of spacing up there for a second. You said it's advantage on any melee attack or any
Anything
melee
within,
attack with
anything within 5 feet. If you're more than 5 feet, it's disadvantage, even if it's a reach
even
weapon.
if that's dumb.
I know.
But I will fly over here, kind of in Eliza's space while I make the attack. So I hopefully only trigger from one of them, or the raptor and the big dwarf if I have to fly away. This will be an advantage. First attack is going to be with the spear.
That's a crit for 10.
And then I'm gonna do another flurry. So this is 2 more unarmed attacks, and this is all at the odd-colored warlord.
All right. Another crit for another 11. Jesus
Fucking
Christ.
A. Okay, now question.
Uh-huh.
This elemental discipline I have says that I can spend a key point after the attack hits or not to make it deal an extra d10 of fire damage. Does that get doubled on a crit
Sure
too?
does.
Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna do that. So here's 2d10 fire. For another
Jesus.
14
Dear
fire
God.
damage. And as I want to flavor this is like the fire kind of always travels from Basu's fist and stuff as he attacks, but when I do this, it like hits him, and then there's like a delayed like fire burst cool thing. I don't know.
Yeah. It also starts to like wrap down under him and catches some of this grease, which begins to crackle and pop.
Sick. Okay, and then here's the other unarmed attack as that flurry. Another crit. Aww. 18.
18, unfortunately, no good. He finally gets his bearings and put up this big metal gauntlet to block your attack.
Okay. Debating if I want to bait 2. They're both at disadvantage, right? Because everyone up here is prone.
The Warlord has already used his reaction, and the prone...
Oh, that's right.
The prone raptor's too far. The other raptor would be able to hit you, but he's standing up.
So yeah, if I'm only provoking one, I'll definitely fly back into some safety.
Alright. Yeah, that raptor's going to take an attack.
Bring it.
Misses.
You ain't shit.
Alright, that brings us to Elise. Because you have baited out the opportunity attack, she's going to safely come over this way. She is not even going to have to tabaxi dash, and she is going to lay one hand on Nordo and one hand on Moat.
Praise be.
Indeed.
Top one on Nordo.
Jesus, that's some good healing.
And that brings us to the Mean Guard, who is barely up after that shatter. Who did that? Yule did that.
No.
Gale is right there. Is Gale prone?
Yeah, he's cradling Toad.
Aww.
Aw.
Okay, give me a persuasion check.
Right.
Oh, I can't wait
Can
to
I
shatter
have
you both.
advantage on it if I say, I'll give you 10 gold if you kill the rat?
Oh. Unfortunately, doesn't speak common.
I say it in under comment.
Doesn't understand uncommon either.
Do I hear it? It's like
Alright, he's going to attempt to shove past you. Do you put up a
Okay.
resistance?
No.
Alright. He's gonna run over. Moat can take an opportunity attack. This is gonna be on Yule.
oh
Oh no, Yule!
oh no.
Jesus.
No.
For a total of 17 damage on Yule.
It might be.
I think you live just because of the con you took. Yeah, I was gonna say that's gonna be really
Yeah.
gross.
Yeah, just because I took con.
Nice. Alright, he tries. That is unfortunately all he can do, though. The Warlord is going to have to spend half of his movement standing up.
Oh, look at that injured chinchilla.
Alright, what can this boy do? This is difficult terrain too. Fuck, man, what is he even gonna... He's in a rough spot.
He should just lay down in the fire and accept his fate.
He is going to use one of his attacks to grab his pet and grapple him and move him out of the way so that he can move. Then he's going to use his... Is there any sort of repeated save or anything, or is it just difficult terrain now?
I think it's just difficult terrain.
Alright.
I would love it if there was a repeated save every time you moved.
Right?
Creature that enters the area or ends its turn there. So yeah, he's good.
Oh, fuck. I mean, he's going to have to end his turn there. But he will get 2 attacks out before he does that. These are both on Nordo. Oh.
Ooh, yikes.
Oh no!
First one hits for 24.
Oh god, he's got 1 HP left.
Which knocks me unconscious.
Oh,
It's like
no!
2 failed death saves.
Yeah, he grabs this hammer and just clubs it horizontally, cracking you against this pillar, which splits and dust starts to fall down the side, and this massive crack falls down the across the shoulder of your shell.
No!
He calls out something in giant. You hear echoing call and response from the 2 remaining guards. This guard turns around to Moat, the one to the south, the main guard, turns around to Moat and uses his reaction to attack Moat. 21 for 13.
It hits, but he takes 5 fire damage in response.
And he dies. God damn it.
It's just like Descent.
It is just like Descent all over again. The Flame Tongue, what can he do with this? He hasn't had a chance to recharge that. This is going to be on Elise.
Wait, is it his turn?
No, sure isn't.
Oh man.
19 against Elise, I think misses.
A 19 misses, Vac?
It does. A 19 misses Elise. She throws her shield up and blocks this flaming lance that goes over Nordo's crumpled body. And that ends the Warlord's turn. He then has to make a repeated dex save because he ended in the grease.
I think he might actually might be Bast.
And he
You
falls
can-
prone.
You can have 20 AC at level 1 if you were rich. To be fair.
His turn ends and he makes a death saving throw, and if he fails it, he is dead.
It is at the
You
start
have-
of your turn.
Yeah. I'll give you my inspiration, so don't want you to die.
I have one
Okay.
already.
Use yours first, I guess. Just in case.
I
Yeah!
want inspiration.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Oh!
Oh, fuck.
Someone fix that fucker!
Alright.
Please!
Okay, shit. Nordo is 1 and 2. These 2 raptors both do sick wall jumps and try to get Vasu. One of them been part of his movement to stand up first. They both kick off of the wall, leap up, and try to drag you down with them. Both
Miss
missing
and
terribly.
miss.
Nomad.
Oh boy! We're in the shit now!
Yeah, this warlord hits for like any of our maximum health, so careful.
Yeah. Let's see where I can reach from here. I'll move up here for now. And I'm gonna need me a reticle. So let me just pull that out. Reticle. Here we go. Do, 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 do. Can I target here and not hit Nomad? Nordo and
Yes.
Vasu.
Yeah, you can.
Will this take the anti-Stay nice?
Get his space as well, yeah.
Okay, cool. Will that hit any one of my friendly
No,
people?
that'll hit the 2 giants
Okay.
and that raptor.
Okay, cool. And I walk up there and I clutch my fist real tight, and I'm just like, you know,
Do you have fist?
I do have fists. I have hands. Where is that spell? There you are. Sure,
Ooh, damage.
I'm sure they're gonna be fine. It's a con save. They're giants.
Mimicking or triggering just a tiny bit of PTSD as Gale hears the shatter one more time. This time from the backside of the room. Let's see these saves.
Gale braces himself to be shattered.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Praise be. Max damage too, though.
Yeah.
They both fail and they take damn near max damage. Holy shit. Huge chunks of stone come flying out of the pillars. Rocks tumble down around Nordo as that pillar next to him is effectively destroyed. The one by Vasu is about half gone. Notably, the door in the back of the room still in great condition. However, 22 damage from each of these.
Mm-hmm. And little Dynicus didn't.
He makes it for half.
Yeah, 11.
Alright, anything else?
Let's see how much movement they have. I'm going to stand over here, and I'm going to think back to the Colosseum. I'm gonna look forward at Flame Tongue and Warlord, and I'm just gonna do this thing where I spread my arms and be like, "Come."
Alright. You'll see. You're in bad shape, but you also see that Nordo and Toto are both out for the count. Nordo is about to bleed out. He is in bad shape.
Yeah, I'm gonna swing around a little bit.
Yep. Alright, who's getting what?
I'm gonna take the most, but then I'll give him 6.
Alright, Nordo comes up with 6 health. Dizzy. But still alive. Any bonus action?
Also hand him a piece of cake.
Nordo, there's a vision of a faraway place. A pond surrounded by grass and sand. Like a tiny little tide pool in the middle of an island you've never seen before. But then everything goes fuzzy, and you're back here in this terrible place. Yule has a hand on you, and she's just handing you a piece of candy and reminding you to stay strong.
Much obliged, grandmother.
Oh, of course, hon. You're not done yet. That's a special piece of candy.
Oh.
One of the same ones I gave you before.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. That would have been really bad. Unfortunately, he does not get his cone back. What is he going to do instead?
Oh, yeah, is he in the same space? Or am I like... would he have a fucking reaction on me?
The Warlord would. And actually, so would the Flame Tongue. You've seen that he has reach. So yeah.
Damn.
Alright, you staying there?
Yeah.
Okay, well, having just seen you heal, the Flame Tongue is going to bring the Fire Lance down on you, Yule.
No.
11?
Yep.
11 hits you? Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
Oh no. Alright, that is 18 damage.
See you later.
Nordo, as soon as she picks you up, there's this sweeping blast of fire that rocks past you, and Yule is slammed into the pillar beside you. Ace, you're up.
Can I take the talk round real quick before I act?
Yeah, we're at the top. We can talk. And actually, Nomad, give me an intimidation check.
Cool. Let's do that. I'm not good at it, but okay. Well, I rolled a natural 14.
They do both look real bad, by the way. Oh, and actually, he needs to make a dex save as well to see if he falls again. He manages to stay up this time.
Alright, so in Dwarvish I scream out, "Perish, you disgusting half-breeds."
Excellent.
Ooh.
Give me an intimidation check. Alright. Alright.
No.
That was Gale.
Oh, that was Gale. Yeah, Gale, what are you doing?
I just try and give them a dirty look, but I'm just crying for Toto's.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
I'm just
on his own tongue.
There's just lots of looks of confusion, and you're not really sure if they even understand you. They're both...
I've also been at a pillar, so they probably can't even see where it's coming
Yeah,
from.
you guys are also both kind of just screaming at pillars.
Are they prone right now?
The Flame Tongue is standing up. The Warlord is prone.
Can I get a clear shot from here with him, or does he have cover?
On the Flame Tongue?
Yes.
Because he's tall, and this room is tall, you can shoot over the Deinonychus. So yes.
And I get sneak still?
From Nordo, yes.
That's what I'm going to do. Fuck.
13.
Wait, I want to use my inspiration to shoot.
Alright, that also gives you sneak with advantage, which you already had.
So
yeah.
then I just
Yeah,
roll
just
again,
roll
or...
again. Ooh.
What the...
Yeah, unfortunately it just goes wide. It goes right between the horns of his helmet. Also, that minimum damage both times. Ugh.
I know all my luck is gone now.
Alright, any bonus action?
I'm gonna duck back over here.
Alright, Moat.
Okay, I can share a space with you, right?
Because, no, you both have to be small. You can do it, you just have to squeeze.
Okay, cool. I will step into her space and squeeze.
Alright.
Is it possible to angle a Burning Hands from, like, that corner and miss Nordo?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Sick. Yeah, I 100% do that.
Alright. Let's see, Flame Tongue first. Your DC is real good, isn't it? What is it? Oh, that is good to see. Okay. Good damage again, too.
It is 17 with my Mantle Flames active.
Alright, he takes half. 6. He is still up, just barely. Oh, wait, does he take extra damage?
He takes an extra 5 from my Mantle.
Okay, the Flame Tongue falls back corner, trying to put the flames out ineffectually. The Warlord fails,
Ooh!
and that is 17 on him as well. He is still up, but he is covered in flames between you and Vaso. He is not looking good.
Does the grease catch on fire?
Unfortunately, I don't think the grease is actually flammable. It's just for flavor, though. It's absolutely
Damn
like
it.
popping and sputtering like popcorn grease. Very unpleasant.
That's fine. Can I end my space here, or do I have to move out?
You will have to move out.
Alright, I move out then. One step back.
Alright, he is at disadvantage because he's prone, but he will take his opportunity attack.
He already used it on Yule, didn't he?
No, the Flame Tongue is what attacked Yule.
Oh.
So disadvantage on you, Moat. 11.
Yes.
Yeah, this hammer goes flying into the pillar. The one near Vasu is just about destroyed at this point. Brings us to Gale.
There, boy. It'll be all right. And I reach into his mouth and I flick a little thing in the kind of on the roof of his mouth, and it causes the top flap of his muzzle to pop open. And I reach down into my like thieves' tools and I find something like long and thin, and I push down a very tiny indented like hard reset button, and I hold that down for 6 seconds.
Excellent.
So yeah, I'm essentially casting my like revivify.
Yeah. That's a minute, right?
It's an action to do it, and then in 1 minute he will come back with all his hit
Gotcha.
points.
Okay, awesome. Then yeah, he'll be back in a minute.
I do have to expend a first level spell slot, which is all of my spell points.
Woo! Does that really
So-
take a whole minute to kick in?
Yep.
Weird. Okay.
You're
right.
out of spell points?
I mean, he gets literally all of his hit points back at the end of that minute.
True.
Couldn't you just cast Mending on him, or does he not work like that?
Mending is a minute too.
Mending's a minute, and he has to have hit points for me to use that, I'm pretty sure.
I think
It
so.
has to be, like, active. So yeah, that's pretty much my turn. I will kind of slog through some of the corpses and move closer to my friends.
Alright, go and give me a d20 for Toto. See if it pops up naturally. Alright, Flick, you're up.
Okay. How bad's the warlord look?
He's bloodied, he's in bad shape, but he's still kicking. He's angry.
Let's see. Is he prone right still?
He is
yeah,
prone.
he is. Okay, I'm gonna squeeze here, and then just go for.
Alright. Flick takes a leaping jump off of Nordo's good shoulder, comes down on top of this prone warlord, saber straight down the middle of the skull for 12 damage, which is exactly enough to finish him off. He rides him back as he rolls back in. Anything else? Any bonus action?
I'm gonna bonus action try to hide behind what's left of this pillar from the thing.
Alright, from that guy? Sure. Give me a stealth check. And Vasu, you're up. It's just the two raptors. Eula's down. Ooh, it's a good stealth.
At least it's after Vest.
I'm gonna look at the two raptors and yell at them in Draconic. You really think you can fuck with us after all this you just saw? Come on, run out of here! And I probably don't actually get enough time to gauge a reaction from that.
Yeah, for the time being, they still seem hostile.
I'm gonna touch down on the ground. I'm gonna attack the one between myself and you. Cool. Oh no!
Damn shame. That's a miss, unfortunately.
Bonus action, unarmed attack. Just gonna
Alright.
keep doing what I can.
20 is good for
20
9.
for.
Alright.
Run out of here, you goddamn mutt! I will actually fly over here above Ewell, taking kind of like a protective stance.
Alright.
I think I might provoke an opportunity from the
From the northern guy, yeah.
Yeah. That's fine.
17 for 3.
That's a miss.
Alright, Elise is going to put both hands on Yule's shoulders and bring Yule back up. Just 7. But Yule, you were up with 7 health. And then she is going to wheel around next to this Deinonychus. That sounds about right. Nordo.
Okay, I use half my movement to stand up off the ground, sort of wiping blood off my face. And then I will squeeze my way over to here. And I will attack the the one that's closest to Yule. I will attack recklessly.
All right. Uh, 12, unfortunately, is just
Jesus
a miss.
H. Christ. I will use a key point for Flurry of Blows.
$22 for 8 is a good hit. It's still up. And 25 for 6. Nearly down, but not quite.
That's all I got.
All right. This thing is going to fight back against the... what does it want to do? Actually, Vasu... Normally I'd wait until the talk round, but Vasu and Nordo, give me intimidation checks.
Can mine be strength-based?
Yes.
Can mine be dex based?
It sure can.
Sick.
Question. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, both of these raptors are going to disengage and just bolt for the front doors. Unless you guys want to chase them down, I believe that is it.
Bye-bye, lizards. No.
Nordo slumps down onto the floor for a breather and immediately lights his tobacco pipe.
I'm going to start looting.
As you're smoking, I come over and cast a spell on you.
Nomad, help me investigate.
I shall. I have a +8 to my... No, +7 to my...
You get 9 back, Nordo.
We can just both roll separately.
Sure.
I have a +0.
Much obliged, Moat. That was
I've been rolling shit today.
well, that was one of our rougher fights.
Yeah, that
Nice one, Flick.
got a little sketchy there.
I'm not even winded.
Alright, let's see what can Elise do. Elise is going to... Actually, Yule is still bloody, so this is going to be another one on Yule.
You guys should really look into this temporary health spell stuff. It kind of, makes things a lot easier.
I
says
don't
it's
know anything
disgusting
about
and over and
magic.
over.
Temporary health stuff. It's like taking your vitamins, right?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah. And I go over to like this warlord dude, start cutting his head off.
Excellent.
I can't eat it, but we can take it for the road. Like, there's a lot of brain in this, guys. I don't know if I've ever had a brain this big.
Probably not. It seemed intelligent. It seemed like you might be able to eat it.
I would like to take this for the road if no one minds.
Alright. You guys take a little bit of time, catch your breath. Those of you who were on death's doorstep, take a second to kind of recatch your energy. A little bit of magical healing gets passed around. The kitchen timer goes off, and there's a spring and a click, and the sound of gears and mechanisms twisting and pulling themselves together. Toto's head spins around a few times until it snaps back into place. He pops up with a bark and starts wagging his tail like nothing happened.
Nomad and I investigate, and while I'm investigating, I grab onto the giant flaming lance and I drag it. I'm assuming it's giant. It's really big.
It is, and
And
it is
I-
also still covered in flames. It also hums as
Oh,
you
okay.
pull it. It is very obviously magical.
I pull it over to Moat.
And what's this?
I reckon that you probably can take good use of this. It's all about fire.
I mean, I'm not gonna say no.
And then I just walk back over and I just keep looting.
Lasso just stares at all of this, gape a beat, being obviously offended.
Can you use lances?
Yeah,
A
you
lance
want
is-
this, buddy?
A lance is basically a spear. Come on!
I just,
There
you know,
it is.
Is anybody even paying attention to me?
it's just so heavy.
To be fair, Mode
It's all you, buddy.
Mode is literally on fire right now.
There's that.
Yeah.
I can wait for it to go out.
Vasu,
Hey,
I meant
the
no disrespect. It's really heavy and flying is really hard.
Give me like
think.
10 seconds. I'd rather have my axe anyway.
All right, I apologize.
I mean, I'm just saying, weigh all your options. It's fine.
Yeah, it just seemed like Moat's more. He's just a lot stronger. Look at his muscles.
I do pick up the gun that Nordo dropped.
The
Just
one
while
that
I'm
made
here.
no sound.
Yeah.
So what do we find, Feck?
All right, so let me get an investigation check from you and from I guess
We
two other people.
We already rolled them.
Oh, perfect. You and Flick 19 and 15 from Nomad and 12 from Ace.
If it makes any difference, I'm using my magnifying glass.
All right, excellent. You do find the hammer and the lance, which both appear to be magical weapons of some sort, as well as all of the mundane weapons that were being used by the other dwarf giants, all of their armor, some of which is damaged, some of which is not. You find a lot of bedding, a lot of meat, some of which is good, some of which is bad, a couple barrels of salt water. You do find a little corner that has been used by the Ranadillo. It's in pretty poor state. However, you do find that on the Firemancer, the Flame Tongue, are 2 more cat statues.
Da-na-na-na.
Hey, we need 4 of those. Excellent.
Is there any writings on the walls?
And there is writing on the wall. You take a moment. You have to decipher it again because it's going to give me another intelligence check because it's not just pure dwarvish. You are eventually, after about 2 or 3 minutes of studying, able to decipher it. And Ace, as you are checking over the body of the warlord, you find you could swear you hear this humming noise, but it's like you feel it instead of hear it, and it's like a magnet almost. It seems to be drawing your hand to this pocket on the inside of his kind of vest, this like heavy, velvety, almost regal vest. And as you reach in, you find a deck of cards.
Ooh.
Deck of many things.
Go on.
Was that me that found that?
That was Ace that found that.
Oh, okay.
I guess I'll investigate them.
You take a look over it. It appears to be this plain dark red case with a paper, tab that opens it up. And inside, it appears to be sort of just a standard set of parchment playing cards. You can see that the faces are very starkly colored. The backs are all identical, but the fronts are just either solid red or solid black, with a white number or symbol on the front of them.
Do I recognize any of these symbols?
I mean, they look like the normal playing cards. Like there's 1 through 10, and then a jack, a queen, a king, and a joker. You kind of thumb through a few of them, but as you're thumbing through a few of the cards, you recognize that there are some duplicates. Like you see that there are a couple of queens of hearts. Also, it is humming in your hand the entire time that you're manipulating it.
Nomad,
Mm,
look at this.
they're cards.
They are vibrating.
Vibrating. Do they vibrate? I have a hand on one.
Yeah, as he shows it to you, it does hum, especially as he moves it around, which is very common for magical items.
Hmm. I ask like Yule and Yule's head. Are you all right? Are you fit enough to identify items? Yule is dead.
She's dead.
May I borrow your pearl? I can do it.
What?
May I borrow your pearl
What for?
to identify these items?
No, it's my pearl.
This is why I wanted to buy a pearl. Well, I asked earlier if you were fit enough to identify them. If you are, by all
Well, yeah, of course. I said I am.
means, and I bring the items to you. Please rest. You were grievously injured earlier.
No, I'm fine.
All right, so what all are you identifying? You guys have a lot of stuff.
All of it, hopefully.
Perhaps we could wait to identify stuff until we go further in and find the ship at the very least.
I agree. Let's get out of this place before we start worrying about magician rituals.
Was there anything else on the bodies that we found?
That is all that you found. Ace, give me a wisdom saving throw. Delightful.
Is it cursed? God damn it. Do I sense anything?
Ace, as you pull your hand back away from that deck that you've kind of shown to Yule, there is a flash, a memory to when you were young, in a temple that you're somewhat familiar with, although it's a distant memory. A statue shattering against the floor. A vision of papers fluttering in the wind, red and black. And that's it.
I reach back out and I grab the deck of cards back from you and just put it in my pocket and walk away.
After Ace does that, I lean down to Yule and just say, that was a little bit rude, wasn't it, grandmother?
I'm used to it.
Still kind of strange.
I'm just like over by myself, just like looking at the cards now, just like looking at the colors back and forth now.
Sure. Give me an investigation check. You kind of gather all the cards back up. You kind of shuffle them up, put them back in the box, start drawing them again, and you realize as you draw the cards, it's the same cards in the same order as the first time that you drew.
Ace just kind of like cocks his head from side to side as he like looks at the cards and he's kind of confused and does it a few more times.
Yeah, you shuffle, you draw, you shuffle, you draw, and every time you draw, it's a 10 of hearts, an ace of spades, an ace of hearts, a 4 of spades. You shuffle, you draw again, same 4. You go a little bit deeper in, same 7. Deeper in, same 10. Over and over and over every time you draw from the deck.
Well, Moat, you and I figured out this statue puzzle last time. What do you make of this one?
That is an excellent question.
Suppose it probably works about the same way.
One would think, do you think you always have to start with a cat, then go to a frog?
Well, this one says cow, frog, chicken, cat.
Yeah. Well, how different are these statues from each other? Actually, you said there were minor differences.
Looking them over, the difference appear to be like it's just differences in the way they're produced. They're not machined. They're not identical. So there are tiny little differences in the way they're produced.
Yeah,
But-
they're handmade and lovingly so.
Exactly, but not any more than you would expect from handmade objects that were designed to be identical.
Yeah,
I'm
the
gonna say
eyes
that.
are all identical and everything like that.
Yeah, as close as they can be.
So when we got the frog and the cat out of the door, we're gonna keep track of which is which, so we don't get them all confused again.
Right.
That one's frog. That one's cat.
Which one do you pull out first?
Oh man, remember last time you pulled out? I think if you pull them both out at the same time, nothing happens.
We gotta pull
Maybe.
out cat first, then frog, right? Because we
Maybe.
did cat first outside.
We did frog first outside, but
Yeah.
also they were in the wrong spots, and perhaps if we pulled them at the same time, it would prevent anything from happening.
Yeah.
But last time I pulled the frog statue out and it turned into a cat statue, and then I got quite the headache. So maybe we should try pulling the other one out first this
Oh
time.
yeah. You pulled the frog out, and the other one was launched out, and a weird spectral cat jumped into your head, which was weird.
But they were in the wrong order. Perhaps if we just pulled them out simultaneously, the other one won't jump.
Well, I've been through quite a thing just now. Somebody else want to try pulling these statues out?
I can try.
Let's synchronize, Ace. We can do it at the same time.
Okie dokie. I'll get the frog.
All right, you guys
And
are trying to pull these at the exact same time.
Yeah, and we count down.
All right.
And before we both get hit.
All right, you guys both pull at the exact same time. You both pull back. Ace, as you pull yours out, it changes back into a cat. Nomad, as you pull yours out, it remains a cat, and nothing else happens. You have 2 cats plus the 2 more you found.
Right. Low 5.
Oh yeah.
Definitely low 5.
I put on a pair of sunglasses and walk inside. I don't have sunglasses. Can I have sunglasses?
They make sunglasses. I don't know if you have any.
I don't, but I'll buy some when I find some. Instead, I just pull my hood on. Like a boss. Now. So, the statue I have is the cat, right? Or was it the frog?
You guys are
Ace is
each
the frog.
currently holding a cat.
Yeah.
But Ace had the one that was a frog originally,
Yeah.
right?
Correct.
All right, so we put the frog and the cat where it says frog and cat.
Mm-hmm.
And then what? Just trial and error for cow and chicken, I guess.
It's going to knock them off if we're wrong, so might as well. What if we, instead of putting them in, we just don't put all of them in first? Put the cats in, and see what it transforms into. Then when we know what they are, we can put them all at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
I think last time they didn't transform until both of them were put in.
Yep.
Right?
So,
Or is that?
Yeah. Was it?
well, we put the second. Noto grabs one of the cat figurines and places it in the top left slot while there are no other cat figurines placed.
All right, there's a cat in the top left. Nothing happens.
Balls.
Let's take that back out.
I take it back out.
All right, nothing happens.
We have a 50-50 chance.
I take the other cat figurine that was not one of the 2 from the front door and put it in the top left slot.
All right, there's a cat in the top left.
Okay.
Balls.
They have to all be in the same time again.
Put the other one in.
Yeah, I'll
Click will
put that
take
one.
the other one and put it in the top right.
All right, you put one in the top right, and the one in the top left becomes a frog.
What?
Hold on. Did you take the one for me and put it in the frog spot?
No, I took the one that hadn't been put in yet.
And put it in the frog spot.
No,
I didn't think that was the frog spot, but that's
Flick put it in the cow spot and it turned into a frog.
It's just every time you add a cat, it changes to the next step. It goes cat, frog. We just have to figure out when it's cow, chicken.
Oh,
Yeah.
Moat, you genius. That's in character. I missed the accent.
Thank you.
But the
Thank you.
statement was in
I
character.
am a
Mo.
genius. I'm aware.
Yes. You're a
So,
skilled
cat,
smith and a
frog.
genius.
I'm a blacksmith. I'm a genius. I'm a great lookout. Don't worry about it.
So we should put the cat one in, and then one into the frog slot, and then one into either of the two slots and see what it turns into.
Yeah.
All right. So cat slot, frog slot, and then just put one in the chicken slot and see what happens.
Well, someone's gonna take damage probably because we fucked it up this time. So whoever is not looking too bad from that battle should take these out.
I can do it. That's fine. I'm the one who
Oh,
shoved it in there anyway.
Would you like me to do it? I've taken.
well, you do have your temp HP, so you can do that, I guess. Your vitamins.
I'll put another statue if it changes.
Where are you putting it? All right.
Bottom left.
You put one, and you watch as the frog becomes a chicken, and this cat becomes a frog.
Ooh.
Okay, so it's just gonna happen in order like that.
But which one's going to turn into the cow?
Well, the chicken is gonna turn into a cow as soon as we place another cat, and then the
And
frog.
then the frog will turn into a
and the cat's
chicken.
gonna turn
Cat.
into a frog.
Okay, so should we take all of these out and put it in
Yeah.
order? Yeah,
And
let's
some
do that.
folks are gonna take some psychic damage when we do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
But what if we take them all out at the same time?
That's not gonna matter, I don't think.
I think the last door might be deactivated, which is why it didn't hurt last time.
Oh, that's true.
It was just a little
Oh.
headache. It wasn't too bad.
Chickens, actually, 1 and 2 should be swapped once.
Real quick, while they're playing with the puzzle door, Gale, Yule, and Vasu, what are you guys up to, if anything?
I'm busy.
What you doing?
It's got the items.
Yeah, do you want to
No, I'm busy doing something else.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you what.
I'm
King
I'm
Yule.
looking at the deck of cards.
Alright.
Hey, can I look at those cards?
If Ace will allow me.
Yeah,
So
Ace,
he was
are you...
pretty deliberate.
yeah, Ace, how do you feel? Is that okay with you?
I'm sorry, I missed that. There was a lot of people talking.
Gale
Give us
and
the fucking
Yule...
cards.
Gale and Yule want to look at the cards with you. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah. I guess that's okay.
As the three of you look them over, you see the same thing
Hey,
that he
hey,
points out.
what are you guys doing over here? You dealing cards or something? I'm real good at cards.
Yeah.
Like some Egyptian rat screw or some Texas Hold'em or something? I know both.
It is very apparent that this deck of cards is magical, and it does seem that every time it's shuffled and you start drawing cards from it, they always draw in the same order, as listed on that site that I linked.
Hey, that's a fucking loaded deck. What are you trying to pull here, pal?
I'm pretty sure it's a message.
Vasu, who are you talking
Where did you link it at?
Oh, my what?
Roll 20.
Yeah, I'm already halfway done with the message. That's what I'm doing.
Now you dirty bitch. I bet you I beat you to it.
Wandering child, how far you
Sorry.
poke?
Norda, what did you say?
One of these letters is messed up, and you put a K instead of an M for come, because I'm assuming that's what you meant.
After Vasu said, what are you trying to pull, pal? Lord was like, who are you talking to?
I don't know. I just
Is,
figured he's...
I mean, I don't know your colloquialisms, but is pal just like a general term for whoever you're speaking to?
Yeah. I mean, I honestly kind of consider you all my pals. I don't know if that's all right, but
A pal means friend.
yeah. I mean, it's like a step below friend or acquaintance, maybe. I mean, I like y'all, but, you know, you're a little weird.
Right. Below acquaintance or slightly above acquaintance?
Guess it depends on which way you look at it.
Depends
think
which
it is-
one of us you're
yeah.
talking about, too.
Alright, back
What-
at the door.
Okay.
What's the plan with the door?
We're pulling them all out and putting them in order, yeah?
Alright, are you just doing them all at the same time? Or are you doing them in a specific order? Who's doing it?
Nordo will grab the chicken statue and wait for everyone else to grab a statue to all pull out at the same time.
I'll take one.
All right. Who's got the last one? And
I'll take the last one.
All right. Which one are you taking, Nomad?
There's only
Whichever.
3 in.
Like, there is only 3. I'll take whichever.
All right.
I feel like the chicken's gonna hurt me the worst. I should probably not take the chicken.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I'll
I
take
would
the
like to
chicken.
switch to cat
I'll take.
or frog.
What was the other one? Yeah, okay, I'll take the cat.
There we go. We're good.
All right. The 3v, give me initiative.
Oh no!
Initiative.
But can't we just count?
You're counting down. You're counting down.
Yeah.
We're getting,
Oh my god,
we're
we're
getting-
good. Okay.
We're getting a quantum initiative here, real quick.
I don't know what that
Quantum
means.
Initiative.
Please don't use words like quantum and initiative.
All right. Flick pulls back a chicken, which becomes a cat. Nomad, before you can pull your cat back, it ejects, and a cat leaps into your head, scratching you and psychic damage.
Ow.
Nordo, your cat, or your frog reverts to a cat, and then it pops out and jumps into your head.
Okay.
Okay, they all deal 1 psychic damage as cats.
Well, that's good.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to basically put them in like reverse order. So put the cow, then the chicken, then the frog, then the cat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we place the cat statue in the top left slot, and then a cat statue in the bottom left slot, and then a cat statue in the top right slot, and then a cat statue in the bottom right slot.
I cannot stress how bad and how much I hate puzzles. I'm just
I
here for moral
seriously hate
support.
puzzles so much.
Yeah.
There,
I'm just here for moral support.
there is a click and a rumble and the scattering of dust as the door opens up, revealing a winding hallway.
High fives across the board.
Good job, guys.
You did it.
It was
Happy
all
to
because you're a genius.
It was all because deep down inside, I'm being controlled by another person who's more intelligent than I am in character.
You're right, and her name is Adra.
But aren't we all? Aren't we all?
You see, I, Nordo, would never be able to solve such a puzzle, but the person playing me as a fictional character could solve it.
Is that your religious belief?
Yes, it is. It's a lesser known sort of religion.
What's it called?
It's called the religion of Gygax is our god. Gygax is his name.
Gygax.
Hey,
Long
I'm
live.
sorry, guys. This is all getting really existential. It's kind of freaking me out. Can we just go through here?
As you peer into this hallway, you can see that there is more of this dwarf giant writing, and there's a lot of it. It appears to be a poem or a statement or an inscription of some sort. It's several sentences long. Ace is pretty sure that he can translate it, but it's going to take him 5 or 10 minutes and an int check. And he'll also have to leave the cards alone for a second to do it if you'd like. Ooh, you've gotten into the groove of this, and you're able to solve it pretty quickly. You ready to write this shit down?
1 second.
Alright.
I'm ready.
Alright. As you translate, here's what you get. The eagle sits atop its throne, surrounded by his clergy. At 12 o'clock resides a cock, a frog at minute 30.
Hold on, I'm really slow at typing.
Sure thing.
But we already solved the puzzle.
What about the clergy? Well, I got to surrounded by his clergy.
Yeah. At 12 o'clock resides a cock, a frog at minute 30.
Well,
Okay.
plop.
Anything else? Is that it?
More roosters roost beside the toad, each with an equal burden. A cat and a calf complete each half. The left cat's back is hurting. And that is the end of it.
Oh no.
And as Ace is transcribing all of this, you guys step into what appears to be some sort of room that has been converted into a bedroom. You can see that there is dried fruit, a smattering of just decadence and gold, and a little bit of treasure. Clothing fit for a dwarven or a dwarf giant warlord. There's a bed sitting up in a loft. And there is a dusty old door made of the same kind of polished stone that has 9 slots in a grid.
Can I read it back to you?
Sure.
The eagle sits atop his throne, surrounded by his clergy. At 12 resides a cock, a frog at minute 30. More roosters roost beside the toad with equal burden. Cat and a calf complete each half. The left cat's back is hurting?
Yep. Close enough. That's what Ace would translate. As you kind of look through here, the first thing that you do find is sitting next to the bed up here on this loft is an open chest that contains a tremendous amount of gold, as well as some goblets, some jewelry, a rather large golden crown, and about halfway down the pile, what appears to be a very large brass and silver heart-shaped object that is slowly ticking. There are gears and mechanisms ticking inside of it.
The clockwork heart.
The crown is a little bit too big for you, Vasu. Not that.
I'm holding it up with both hands. Hey, look at me, Mom! I told you I'd be king someday.
Does it fit it?
As you do see that just style are 5 more cat statues.
So the total of 7. Wait, I can't count. 9. You said there was a wall with indents on it?
It is another door like the 2 that you've seen before, and this one has a 3x3 grid of places to put statues.
Gale drops what he's doing when he hears clockwork.
Yeah, you run over, take a look, and it certainly looks like a clockwork heart.
But is this the ship then?
The ship's probably through this door.
Ah, possible.
Yeah, I
Is this
saw
a
the
big
card.
door? What's that about card?
I figured out the cards. I solved it.
What did it say?
So some of these letters are messed up. I don't know if Eck did it on purpose or
It's possible.
if it's part of the thing. Yeah, you messed up a lot of the kings. Wandering child, how far you've come, drawn by blood unaware. You are not the only one the sky has abandoned. It awaits you here at Ekperit. At least I think that's what it is. With caution and fly. You have many roles left to play. That's all it says.
Let me go.
Say it all again.
Is that right, Vic? Because there's some of the letters that are messed up.
Yeah, it's close. I'll go grab it.
Okay.
Hey!
Yeah, you didn't put any of the kings. You put jacks instead. So
This one's on me as the puzzle maker. Did the giants do this, or is this a Bast thing? Oh, X.
Also, I hate that because it just takes so long.
This was the deck of cards?
This
Yes.
is the deck of cards.
Was
Ace,
it like a
you'll,
code?
You'll kind of breeze them
Yes.
over, spreads it out, shows you how everything works. And after you've read this message off, each and every one of these cards, one at a time, catches to flame and begins burning into dust. One by one letter at a time from start to finish.
If someone else doesn't do it, Nordo writes these letters down in his journal.
So who is the wandering child? None of us here are children. Flick was a child for all of 6 seconds.
To be entirely honest, I consider myself a wandering child, but don't think the rest of this applies to me so much.
You know, if you think about it, we were all children once, so this probably could apply to each of us in a little bit of a like not entirely literal sense.
Hmm.
I think you might be overanalyzing this. I don't think this is, directed to anybody here.
It probably
maybe
just
this
doesn't
is,
apply to Yule, though. She's pretty old. I would say she's not considered a child by anyone's standards at this point.
Yeah, it's
It's
been a real long
probably
time.
actually me.
Probably. I
Does-
mean, has this guy abandoned you?
Do you not know the history of Kinku?
Do I know the history of Kenku? Let me roll.
Give me
It's true.
nature or
Ah,
religion.
shit, that's right.
Yeah, nature or religion.
Vasu would probably reliably know that, right?
There's a pretty good chance you could give me another check too. Yeah, nature or religion.
The only one the sky has abandoned. Do I make a roll as well? Or I just leave it to them?
I mean, sure, you can give me religion or history.
My
Sorry,
question
or
was
nature.
partially rhetorical.
Yeah, it's true. Do I have advantage because, like, if it is related to Kenku, is?
No.
Okay.
Can I make a history roll?
Sure.
I'm-
Clue.
Sure can.
My rolls are shit this entire session. That's
Okay.
fine. My damage roll was amazing.
Good. Okay.
I will take it.
Almost all of you are in the same range, which makes this nice and easy. You guys are all just about the same amount of aware of the general history of Kinku, which is that once upon a time, allegedly or supposedly, they were capable of flight, but their patron god was displeased with them or pissed off another god. There are a couple of different versions of the story, but Kenku were cursed with flightlessness, cursed to be only able to mimic and repeat what they saw, and basically turned from a fairly intelligent species that was flourishing and capable into just a step above a monster, really. And there are a couple of different versions of that story, but that is the rough idea.
Nordo is entirely unaware of that, and while the rest of everyone is thinking on that, he says, maybe this is just the near-death experience talking, but how old is everyone here? Flick, how old are you?
I'm 27. Yep, that's right. Yep.
He
Gale,
is
how old are
1
you?
day old.
Okay, my head is 27 and the rest of me
Okay.
is 1 day old.
Isn't that terrifying?
A little bit, because now I'm worried of what if my head dies first?
Oh, I don't think. I think you will all die at once.
That's probably fair. I don't think the body's going to live without the head very long. Anyway, sorry.
I mean, maybe it's nothing, but
I mean, I'm like, I don't know, like 18 or something.
Kind of depends on whether you mean like human years or like turtle years or just kobold
Just-
years
Or just years.
or just
Just
rotations
years
around
based
the
on-
sun.
Yeah,
yeah, that's the one I was referring to.
Then I'm about 16, 15 and a half. It gets a little screwy being, a subterranean race.
Oh, I understand that. I'm only 17, but I understand that I'm old for my race, or older anyway.
Wait, you're 17?
Yes, I'm 17 years old.
When do turtles reach maturity?
Like 4. I don't know.
About 50 or 60 usually.
Maturity, not death.
Oh,
Well, maturity. I'd say I've been a grown turtle for 6 or 7 years or so.
Vasu would be able to back that up. You've grown up with a decent number of turtle.
yeah. How old is Vasu as well?
I'm about a quarter of a century, give or take.
What a weird
Sorry,
way to say
just
it.
Are you
What is
trying?
six? Who the fuck is asking?
Are you?
What do you want to know? You want my fucking blood type too, pal? My mother's maiden name? Get that fucking paper out of here. I ain't signing nothing.
Just to amend slightly, turtles reach adulthood at 15, so Nardo
Okay.
explains that he is just barely an adult.
Yeah, about 2 years above adulthood. Yeah.
Yep.
Same as
And I just
Dragonborn.
had my 100th birthday.
Oh, so you have the gravelly voice because of your fire sticks, not because you're old.
Fire sticks.
I understand.
Well, it's several people have told me I seem older than I am. I don't suppose I know why, but
You
yeah,
don't look a
I've
day
been
over
told that.
12, pal.
For the
I
record,
feel
he
much.
does.
He's being
Vasu's-
nice.
Yeah, Vasu's trying to be nice. Let him have this, guys. Doesn't happen often.
Yeah. So Nomad thinks about it, and he's like, anywhere from 2 to 496.
Well, that's quite a range for a nomad. You don't
It
have
depends.
a birthday.
Would you mean what age I was post ceremorphosis or before ceremorphosis, or overall? It is a difficult thing. Even I do not know the full extent of my age.
Hey,
Nardo looks at Ace and says, "What's the orcish word for ceremorphosis?"
as he's asking that, Vasu just looks at Nomad and he's like, okay, you keep saying that, but I don't think any of us know what you mean. Is that like when your balls drop or something?
No. Well, if it is
Sort
like
of.
puberty, that is when they insert the larvae into your skull and it transforms you into an illithid.
Classic
Uh,
puberty.
I don't believe there's a word for it in Orcish, but also we should probably not continue chatting in a room. We don't know if there's more enemies on the other side of this door. and the
Yes,
DM's already started rolling.
I apologize.
We can pick up
Listen.
on all this later, perhaps.
Maybe
Got-
they'll open the door for us. Let's just.
I got distracted talking about.
Perhaps we should just
that
try
tech.
knocking
Let's
on the
move
door.
Yeah, do you want to post that riddle over here, Ace?
Oh yeah, so we have a good reference.
There are lots of typos.
It's okay.
Steven, you know that goes for everything you type, so it's fine.
But if you make typos, he can't make it out and makes you rewrite everything.
Correct.
But where's Cat B at?
And I'm sorry, I missed the description. There are still 9 slots on this door. Is that right?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot. Left cat's back is hurting.
Is it cat or left calf?
Left cat's back is hurting. In fact, just wrote it.
Oh, okay.
Also, this is
Then
what
I
you guys
fucked
find in the treasure chest.
Jesus, that's a lot.
Platinum.
I'm going to add that to the party loot while you guys talk about this puzzle.
Sure.
Ace is actually like over here, like in the corner with a notepad, like reading over the riddle that was from the cards and not even paying attention to this riddle at all.
Hey, we have more gems. I'm so happy.
So we need what? An eagle in the middle?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's eagle in the middle, and then
Clergy.
chicken at the top, frog at 6, and then I'm not sure after that.
And a frog either to the left or the right. Or maybe both.
I think the frog is at the bottom, right? Minute 30, as in like the 6 o'clock position on the clock, like minute 30.
Oh,
That's
right.
what I would think, yeah.
That's
what I
Zeke
had
talking,
in
not
mind.
Nordo. Nordo doesn't understand.
Then Rooster's at
The
bottom
on each
right,
side of the frog. Yeah,
bottom left.
I
Notably, the 4 statues are still in the old doorway.
Right. We can grab those, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we'll go grab them.
And then the door shuts, cutting off.
Alright, how do you guys blow them out?
With complete indifference, I'll just pull them all out.
Okay, you take 3 psychic damage.
Wait, there isn't even like a random chance roll that I get it right?
Give me a d4. You take 2 psychic damage.
So, was there any way to determine what these are going to turn into?
So far, there hasn't been. It's just been pure trial and error. I would
The
like to
first
just
2
look
doors were the
for the
same.
statues.
I
The
feel
first
like
2 doors were the same. They
I want
went.
to just like examine the statues and try to see if I can find any sign of what they're actually after the transformation.
Give me
the order. I don't think the statues matters. It matters what order we put them in. The statues are irrelevant. They all transform regardless of which one they are.
Right.
So I think that eagle needs to go in for, or the one that's supposed to be the eagle needs to go in first because it has to transform like 4 different times to become the eagle.
Then the
So
2
it should
cows.
be, yeah, it should be cat, frog, chicken, cow, eagle. So eagles need to go first, then the cows, then the chickens, then the frogs and
frog.
the cats last.
Yule and
Correct.
Gale. Let me get an Arcana check from each of you. You guys are both very aware of a spell that is very good at telling you what magical items do.
If only there was a way we could identify what these do. But I don't know.
If only I had that prepared and had a pearl.
If only I was a bard that didn't have to prepare it.
Would you like to cast it?
Yes.
Alright. Use it down. You don't even have to take time because it's not a ritual for you. And you identify it. You learn that each of these statues is functionally identical. When a statue is placed into the grid of a doorway, any statues adjacent to it, which does include diagonal, are measured in their transformation. And the transformation goes like this. From top to bottom.
Oh, whoa.
What is that poop emoji at the bottom?
It's an alligator.
Oh, they're all so cute. I love them.
What is that bottom one?
It's an alligator.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna call it a poop emoji because that's what it looks like.
I am checking out this puzzle. It is
you-
441.
You are also aware that when you remove one from the grid, it does the opposite. It subtracts one from all adjacent statues. And if that knocks something beyond cat, a little cat pops the statue out and attacks you for 1 psychic damage.
So you said it had to be. How does it level it up? Like diagonal?
So if you put, and then you put a new statue in, it levels up all adjacent statues, including diagonals. So like this would change this one into a frog. But if you were to put this down instead, it would not affect that one.
Gotcha.
Can I have some access to move these things?
Yeah. Let me see if I can just give this to everyone.
We found the cards on Warlord guy.
Yes.
Is it
And,
also accurate that only I was drawn to them?
Seemed to be the case.
it's also cards. That's kind of it's kind of your calling card, eh? Your
Calling
signature
card.
Yeah. Cards are your thing, man. Your name's Ace. Where did you get the I kind of missed it. Where'd you get the like poem about the whole placement of these things?
On the wall.
It is written on this curved hallway.
Oh, in common?
In Dwarf Giant.
It's a lot more elaborate than the other one, so it even rhymes in English. In common.
Also, I don't know if anyone else in the party other than Moat and I speak Elvish, but he and I are having a conversation in Elvish right now.
Also,
I
have I ever heard of what he's talking about?
Give me a religion check. Not familiar.
Classic.
Vintage mode.
Side note, feel free to roleplay out loud since it's kind of just puzzle solving.
Yeah, there's just a lot of
That means-
talking going on before, so that's kind of why I started typing.
Yeah, that means I have to do everything in the accent.
Alright.
I don't know if I have that in me tonight. I'm sorry.
Oh shit, where did that one go? That was bottom right.
Middle right.
Was the vision I had with the cards the same vision I had before?
Yes, felt very similar.
Did it feel like similar, like a memory, or just like it was just another vision?
Felt supernatural. It felt like a vision.
It's so much better than a curse. I thought the deck of card was cursed for a second there. And I
Yeah.
was really upset.
Curses are our friends. Sometimes.
I can't have all of my characters getting cursed.
You can and you will. No. Depends on what you touch, I guess.
Side note, now that you know the mechanism, if you want to just do like a quick undo, you can do that without taking psychic.
Side note, Nomad eventually just shatters the door down. He doesn't. He's saving his spell point. Did we do it?
He gets to this point and he starts like just putting two of the statues like in and out repeatedly, and then just pulls out his gun and starts shooting at it.
You were incredibly close. Give me an intelligence check to save some time here.
I'm pretty sure that you didn't make this puzzle correctly, and that's the problem, and not me.
Not me.
I would be happy to solve it real quick. Or to show the solution, I should say.
No, I don't want your. I don't want your pity.
Okay.
I glide over to Gale and start rubbing his shoulders. I'm like, you can do it. You are very smart and capable.
You're able to
Oh,
safely...
sorry, that was incorrect. That should be 16 plus 8. Plus 1, so 17.
Very close. You just have to do the top left before the middle.
I see.
Alright. After a little time and a little finagling, Gale is able to get this door open. There is a crack and a thump and a scattering of dust like before. But this time, as this door opens, there is this ancient smell, like a cave that hasn't been accessed for a very long time. It's musty and moldy. It's stale. But there's the sound of flowing water and the feeling of rushing wind. You did get the locations correct, Flick. And it reveals a winding corridor that goes up at a very, very steep angle. And you can see that there's little bits of water trickling down these stairs, some of which immediately spills out into the room here, soaking some of the blankets and the little fire that has some, looks like mutton cooking over it.
Does it feel salty?
Yeah, it smells kind of salty.
Onward, I guess.
I will tiptoe up the stairs.
What do my elf eyes see?
All right. Do you guys take a light source?
I have dark vision of 90 feet.
Sure do.
I will also keep Toto kind of at this door so that he doesn't get wet.
All right, sounds good.
Perhaps we should light a torch.
At that, almost on cue, Nordo lights a torch and comes up to join Ace and Gale.
All right.
Excellent.
Gale pulls out a lighter.
As you guys
A
make your
little
way
Zippo.
to the very tip top, you find a massive chamber, and you can see that the ceiling in here is very tall, probably about 50, 60 feet tall or so. And there are several cracks in the ceiling of this big chamber that water is pouring down from. Some of it splashes onto the little walkway that you find yourself standing next to. Some of it rolls down the stairs back towards you, but some of it rolls forward into a trench or a canal that is filled with water. You can see this water is pretty clear, honestly, and you can see that down below there are rows of pews and benches and chairs, almost like a chapel. You can see that it is filled with water, however, and poking up kind of halfway out of the water, half under the water, is a ship. You can see that there are several burned scorch marks across the front of the ship, with some sort of clockwork mechanisms that appear to be damaged. And then there is netting that is dragged forward. There's a balloon that seems to be crushed between this large door that you saw earlier from outside.
I step into the door with my torch, with Ace and Gale following close behind, and just look down at Gale and say, well, little dragon, think you can fix it?
Possibly. Do you think that this place was built before or after they got a hold of this ship?
Definitely before. This is really old.
It seems really convenient that it's perfectly ship-sized.
It does seem that way, but
It's real odd.
Where is the source of this water?
It seems to be flowing in from cracks in the roof that are about 50 or 60 feet up.
And you said this area here looked like it was like a chapel? That the boat's at now?
Yeah, like it's all filled in now, but that looks like it might have been its original purpose.
Yeah, this looks like it used to be like a chapel or something, and they just used it because it was convenient for fitting it in there. Does the water seem like fresh water? I
Seems
forget.
like
I
salt
think.
water.
Did you think the dwarves drank salt water? It feels like.
Kind of seems like it.
You found several barrels containing salt water, as well as some very large water skins that contain salt water.
Do you try
Are
these?
these? Sorry, are these like doors over here?
So as you dip into the alcove there, you find. Sorry, where are you, Nomad?
I'm over here.
You're checking out these little like recesses.
Like,
Gotcha.
yeah, to the front here.
Yeah, so
Are
that,
those doors?
that appears to be a door very much like the front door that you came in. You don't see any recesses in it, however. It appears to be just this massive, flat, polished stone door. Flick, as you kind of push through that waterfall and check out that cove there, you find piles of antique gold, a couple of paintings that look like they're in relatively good condition, a couple suits of armor. That's all you really find in that alcove.
I've been muted for the past like 5 minutes. That explains things.
Oh, what are you
Okay.
saying?
Was the armor like functional?
Look,
Or is it rusty?
yeah, it looks like it's in pretty decent shape. It's a little worn out, but it could be polished and cleaned up. It's plate armor. 2 suits.
Cool.
You know it's valuable.
Yeah.
Am I able to like get across onto the boat?
You could definitely swim down to here and climb your way up. This part is sticking like a good 15, 20 feet out of the water just because it's like the bottom half of it is sunk and the front half is stuck out.
Is it made of wood or metal or what?
Airship appears to be wooden construction.
Can I peer down here?
You can. It looks like there's a cargo crate and you can see that it is flooded. There's stuff down there, a couple of barrels floating just underneath it. Hard to see.
Do I see any holes in the hole down there?
Give me a perception check.
While he's doing that, can I look for a lever or a mechanism to open those doors?
Sure. Give me a perception or investigation check.
What guidance is?
Sure. Alright. Taking a look around, you don't really find anything. You imagine it might be submerged, possibly. It's a pretty big area. If you continue looking, you might find it, but you don't find it in the first couple minutes of searching around. Or at least not by the time that Flick makes it to that second recess. Where, Flick, the only thing you find is a stone pillar, and sitting atop that stone pillar is a ring with 3 small pink gems in it.
Ooh.
And as you look at it, before you even reach or touch or do anything, you hear this wispy voice coming from right over your shoulder with a low rumble, almost like a purr or a growl to it. And it says, "That doesn't belong to you."
Okay. I look over my shoulder and there's no one there.
There's no one there.
Shit.
The darkness. Effect.
I'm gonna reach out and see if I can touch anything.
What's that, Gale?
I just said attack the darkness.
Okay, gotcha. You reach out and touch, and
I'm not touching the ring. I'm touching
right, trying
where
to touch
I
where
thought
you heard the
person
voice.
was. Yeah. Just to clarify real quick before I die.
So 25 hit you.
Yeah, 25 does hit me.
Okay. You feel this crushing, biting sensation as wind whips itself around your midsection, squeezes tight. Deal 19 bludgeoning damage, and then throws you away from that crystal into the water.
Shit.
Nordo, as you walk over there, you very faintly, briefly see the outline of something very similar to what you and Moat saw when your airship was attacked. It is this vaguely 4-legged cat or lion-like wind elemental. It turns, it looks to you, and then it vanishes into nothing. And that is where we'll pick up next week.
Oh no, Flick's bleeding out in the water.
I've got a
But
whole 5
can
HP.
Can you swim? I'll come get you. I can't swim.
Oh no! I'll
That
come
salt
get
water has
you.
to sting.
I can swim, I'm just not very strong.
It's okay. Come on, Flick.
I took
Man.
proficiency in athletics so I could swim.
Okay, that's good.
Gail, that can't be your solution to everything.
Prove me wrong.
I mean, it kind of can.
It can be.
Because Flick and Moat and Vasu, give me intelligence checks, or if you have vehicles proficiency, give me that.
intelligence checks?
Yeah, unless you've got vehicle proficiency.
God damn it.
Can it be wisdom?
It is
Do you
intelligence.
have inspiration mode? You just use inspiration.
No, nobody give me inspiration.
Ooh.
Just don't even fucking waste it.
Take a 19.
Or
Oh,
Woo!
Flick.
Vazu and Flick, and even Moat with that 3 because you've recently experienced this, or at least experienced travel on an airship. You're aware that many airships enslave elementals and bind them to the service of the ship, and basically run off of this enslaved wind elemental to power the ship.
Oh, Vasu is so hard right now. Sorry, that seems weird. With
you're hard over slavery?
no, it's,
Flick and
It's just
Vasu
that-
with those rolls, actually just Flick with that natural 20, you would know that that class of ship is called an EP locomotion ship, and it runs on an array of engines that each attempt to bind the elemental. If they're successful, it lasts for 1 week, and if it's unsuccessful, the next engine in the array fires. And if the elemental manages to not get bound by any of the engines, well, you have a loose elemental.
Am I smart enough to know that this is the same class of airship that we came in on?
Yes. You can. I'm effectively going to give you advantage because it's the exact ship that you were on. It's not the exact ship,
Okay.
it's the exact same type of ship.
Okay.
So yes,
Didn't-
you got all
didn't-
of that too.
Didn't someone mention that some ships are like you control them with like an artifact?
With the 2 natural 20s, you would both be aware that usually, once the elemental is bound, you control it with something. Gloves
Like
or a
that
ring or an
ring.
amulet or something.
Yeah.
So we just
Okay,
gotta fetch
so-
that ring and we're scot-free.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Vasu's
not
really
bound
excited
currently,
about that.
probably.
We need to fire the ship up and bind it with one of the engines.
You have to use the ring to probably fire up the ship.
Possibly. And I just
Yeah.
telekinetically yank it to me. Okay, I have it. Let's go.
Hey, Peck,
Uh,
can Vasu see the ring from here?
No.
What a shame.
That's a damn shame. But we'll get to this next week. That is a thing that 3 of you would likely know immediately after seeing all of this info I saw.
Out of character, I'm very excited for how excited Vasu is going to get about the idea of it. 'Cause, like,
I didn't care about that shit.
He doesn't even really care about an airship, but like having your own
Bravery,
airship that you're running by basically beating the fuck out of an air elemental, like that's a big fucking inflation to anybody's ego. Like, how can I turn that down? And Vasu's got a big head, and I think I'm the only person in the party that speaks Orin, aside from maybe.
I do too. Remember, I
Yeah.
speak Aryan.
Right.
I speak Aquan, so I can understand Orin.
I speak primordial, so that's all 4 language.
Well,
Vert,
fuck
half the
Yoto
party
then.
speaks it.
Okay, fine. Take away all my thunder before you can even get it.
You're a fire dude. Calm down.
You don't get thunder.
Bastards. I'm not
Also,
just
to
fire.
live-
I got 4 whole elements, pal. All
Also,
anybody
to
ever
calm
does is
down,
the fire,
Aang.
though.
More of a Korra, really?
People only ever see the fire. You know, nobody ever says Boss has got a sensitive side. No.
It's really hard to see